Good Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, March the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And a couple of yeses will let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Yes and yes, thank you very much. All right. Take a look what's happening. So this one, actually, I was trying to short this one in the pre-market, but I kept watching this one rise and rise and rise. I almost took the short right here. This is Rice, R-I-C-E. It is a blank check. It is a blank check, so there is news going on. Can't quite see what the news is though. I'm not trying. Usually they're saying we're going to merge with someone. Maybe this has been announced before, but at any rate, Rice is just ripping here. R-I-C-E. So I have to wait and see once this market opens to see if this becomes a little more shortable at a higher price. The next high looking left is around 1288, I believe. Let's take a look. Yeah, 1288 on that daily chart. So let's see if it approaches that. I mean, if it takes that out, then it's got a lot of room still. But again, I don't quite see the specific news on it. Very, V-E-R-Y, had a big move after hours, and I think it's kind of holding. Yeah, it's kind of holding. Big move after hours. Got up to 1857. And I love these funny headlines. Very is up over 100% on no known news. That's it. I don't see any news either. I couldn't, yeah. So anyway, there it is. Very, very, very low float. No pun intended. 2 million in the float. It's already traded the float, but it had a big pop after hours. HOFV and DLPN, they are linked. And I guess they're mapping out their plans. This is an NFT play. So HOFV is actually holding pretty well. Again, an NFT play to do with the NFL. So, and that is HOFV, and of course DLPN. Those two are now linked. CHPT, let's see if it's still holding. CHPT, this is of course an EV play, EV sector play. Actually, it's not really holding now. It was up to what, $29.97, almost $30. Starting to float down here. ASTC, ASTC, this is a small one, just getting hammered on a financing, down 30%. They're doing a financing. APRE, another small bio. Receiving another one. You know, these ones that receive orphan status, it's a, kind of a feel-good story. FDA grants them orphan status for their drug. Again, a feel-good story. But usually I do not see them holding their gains. And so far, this is what's happening here. But again, have to wait for the market to open to see what happens. 14 million in the float, so it's a low float. Man, Rice is just accelerating now. I really looked hard at this one when it hit just over 12. To short this, I was actually kind of waiting to see if it took out this 1170. And not at all. That was a good base, and it just is ripping since. Okay, thank you, Casa. I don't know why Now, it's funny. Now I see the news. The Rice acquisition announced late Wednesday, a merger agreement, yes. Now I do see the news. You don't see it. Maybe it's in here buried, but yeah, I'm seeing on my IB news now to combine area, energy. Okay. Well, there's your news. Ecor, E-C-O-R. This is a migraine drug given the go-ahead from Health Canada. ECOR, fairly low float, 31 million. It really has to really break out of here, 231. What did it get to in the pre-market? Got up to about 248. So yeah, I mean, if it can get back up to those levels, because then when you look left, the next highs are way up here at 360. So again, just have to wait and see what happens once this market opens. You know, I saw the box news, and I was surprised. I know they've some kind of a partnership with KKR, including 500 million. I didn't quite look at it like a financing, but anyway, it's getting slapped here a little bit. BOX. NTST, now when I first saw this did not have that much volume and it wasn't up that much, but it's now starting to move. This is an IPO, I guess, back here. So this is an all-time high now for this one, NTST. And yeah, I did see the news, and it's interesting because they're doing a financing at 1865, an upsized equity offering, excuse me, at 1865. So this is, you know, almost $1.50 above the financing price. So obviously investors are shrugging that off. Yeah, just do a refresh, Rubber Toe. Everybody else, well, not everybody, but most people are saying they can see my screen. So yeah, just do a refresh. AVST, now this may not move very much. AVST. Let's see what it's doing right now. Ew, obviously I've typed in the wrong symbol. I'm sorry, it's AVCT, so I wrote that down wrong. I guess up there it's AVCT. AVCT, they have received an unsolicited offer, $9 a share, unsolicited. You're not able to log into the room, Paula. Wonder why. Here's my home page, okay? So all my scans are on my home page in the scan section. Shouldn't Rubber Toe. Maybe try to log in completely. Anybody else having issues seeing a black screen? I'm definitely screen sharing. Okay. Look at this NTST. That's interesting. Let's see if it fades back to the financing price. But right now, it doesn't look like it's going to. And ORBC is also a buyout. Okay, just in case you're seeing this one. And this is an all-cash buyout, so it's not stock. So it's right at 11.50. So just in case you see this, wondering why I'm not talking about it, up 52%. Not bad if you were an ORBC shareholder yesterday. No inkling, no clue this was going to be happening. Look at that. Okay, thanks, Sig Racing. All right, 9:13. I think I'll just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Okay, well, we don't have too many of each. A few more upgrades and downgrades, so let me get them in right now. A couple of upgrades for MSM. Take a look at that one once I finish this. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Let me just take a quick look at MSM to see if there's anything interesting happening in the pre-market for MSM. Not very much volume. It is up though. You know, maybe those two upgrades are obviously helping it. Now I'll get the downgrades in. Interesting. Weight Watchers downgraded by Morgan Stanley. Let's take a look at Weight Watchers once I finish this one. the rest of the upgrades and downgrades. LW downgraded by Goldman. And LHX downgraded by Goldman. Let me take a look at Weight Watchers though. All right, so wow, look at this. Weight Watchers is down. So this is, I guess I'm going to say it's down because of the downgrade. Yeah, Morgan Stanley downgrading Weight Watchers. Keep an eye on this. I mean, this is a big level for it to try to hold. I mean, it's $1 away from that level. You know, it's at $29.90 right now. Look at the daily chart. A couple of bottoming tails right there around $28.93. So about $1 away from that level. I'm just going to stick an alert down there to see if it takes it out, because if it does, then you look underneath. Down to 25 is, you know, the potential. So keep an eye on WW. All right, HOFV still moving higher, as is DLPN on their sort of joint news about sort of fleshing out, I guess, the NFT business with the NFL. Well, there are not six separate. I mean, okay, Grey Wolf. I think you're complicating things. I mean, stocks only. Here, if you can see my screen, stocks only is just for stocks. I mean, talking about specific stocks. Off topic is just that. Okay. I mean, then we have a swing. Do have a swing trading tab if you're interested. So it's not that difficult. Okay. What do I think about Beam? Yeah, Silly. You probably MMC Silly. You should go into the stocks only. I have no thoughts whatsoever. I mean, it's no. Well, I shouldn't say it like that, but I mean, there's no volume yet. You know, it's up $2 or $1.60, 2%, but there's no volume yet. So it's in a downtrend. I mean, maybe a little up today, but I mean, it's in a downtrend. So I don't typically look at stocks this price range. But, you know, look, if I don't know what you're trying to do with this one, but I mean, 71 right down here is, I guess, some kind of a support area. But right now, there's no, in my opinion, there's just no trade in it. There's no direction. Okay, PHR. PHR is just on a mini rip mode here. Frisia. See if there's any specific news on it. So they priced an offering. This is after hours yesterday. They priced an offering, 4.5 million shares at $50 a share. So this is another one that is way above the offering price. Way above it. 10% right now above the offering price. That is PHR. Is this shortable for me at Interactive Brokers? It is. Not that I'm looking to short it right now, but I'm always wary of these ones that pop way above the offering price. And, you know, sometimes they just will start to drift back down to it. We'll just have to see once the market opens. Rice is not shortable now. It was shortable earlier. Yeah, it was shortable earlier for me anyway. At Interactive Brokers, because I was really looking at the short right around this area here. But so obviously, what's happened is shorts have been snapped up, and they're hurting right now. They're hurting right now. It depends where they got them. You know what, Grey Wolf? You're obviously, this is a free room. You're obviously welcome to go somewhere else if you don't like what's happening here. You know, not trying to be disrespectful, but you know, we've been doing this since 2015. So again, if it doesn't meet your needs, and by all means, you can find another free room or another room. Let's see, HOFV. Pre-borrow? No, Alex. If when I'm trying to short something, if the shorts are not available immediately, then I just walk away. So as opposed to yesterday, where I thought the FGen and one other one, kind of my focus in the morning before the market opened, and the day before, of course, the Romeo. Don't really see. I mean, the rice is interesting, but for me, more as a short. But I say right now, there are no shorts available, Interactive Brokers. Okay, so what time is it? 9:21. See if anything else to say. This NTST, again, it's always interesting to me when I see a financing and a stock is well above it. So the financing's at 1850. This is an all-time high now, of course, for NTST. IPO back here. That was last year. August of last year, IPO'd. Really kind of blah. I mean, really nothing. And now look at it, though. Popping new all-time high on their financing news. I did see SFET. This is I think that's an Israeli stock. Yeah, it's an Israeli stock. See it every now and then. I think it's sort of an Israeli defense stock. It's a pretty low float, 23 million in the float. Meanwhile, PHR just continues. Again, another financing, $50 financing, $57 now. Good grief. Rice just continues to... Still no shorts available. I'm just waiting to see when shorts become available in Interactive Brokers. I mean, this is right now an all-time high, I guess. What's the high over here? Yeah, 1408 is the all-time high right there. So it's right at that all-time high. We're starting to see some more interest in these SPACs now. They were kind of moribund for about, I don't know, a couple of months after, a big, strong 6 months of SPAC. Somebody was mentioning, Dog Z. Yeah, this is interesting. 20 million China stock. Well, again, one of these ones, I mean, if it can take out these areas here around 2, a little over 2, I mean, it did spike up. When was this? This was back, okay, about a month ago. Sorry, about 2 months ago. Got all the way up to almost $5. It's just a different categorization. I don't know. I can't tell you. I saw that too. It's just a different stock classification. Doesn't even load into Interactive Brokers for me. Okay, what time is it? 9:24. So just getting closer and closer to this open. And the market, let's take a look at what the market is doing. Market is, so SPY's up a little. Yeah, this chip shortage is pretty amazing, isn't it? All these companies being hit because of a chip shortage. All right, I'm just going to, there's that crazy UTME, UTME. Still not shortable at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, Box is, I mean, I'm trying to reread this news. I mean, confirms strategic partnership with KKR, which includes a $500 million investment by KKR. Box intends to repurchase up to 500 million shares of common stock through a self-tender. It's got to be something I'm just not seeing in this press release. I mean, normally to me, it looks like good news. It's not a financing as such, but anyway, doesn't matter what I think. The market is hitting Box right now. I mean, there's a support area, maybe around 2114 for Box, right there on that daily chart. So see what happens as it continues to drift down. Yeah, UTME, I mean, again, it's this is its third day. Yeah, so this is its third day. Sometimes IB will have shorts of an IPO the next day. Sometimes, but this one's a little more sketchy, so I don't know when shorts will be available. All right, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So we have a couple of, I mean, the rice and the NTST right now are semi nonstop, especially the rice. Rice is an all-time high now. Were shorts available for you at your broker, though? D888? Okay, Casa, I guess that makes sense. Not a takeover. Really, E-Trade has shorts for UTMI. Interesting. All right, guys, I'm going to shut or minimize these two windows here and get ready for the open. Give me a moment here, just say rearranging some windows. Okay, Rubber Toe. Well, I'm glad it's not just well, I'm not glad for me. Okay, Rubber Toe. I'm glad it's not something that's within Trade Ideas or the room. If it's so, it's got to be something with your computer settings. Did Microsoft do an upgrade on you or? All right, guys. Just very quickly, I should have mentioned this. If you want to follow my watch list up and down from the toolbar, click on New and then Channel Bar. And then my watch list, Barry's watch list. Okay, remember everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. That's on purpose. And we are open and we will get alerts immediately from this window here. So we are now open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Okay, gap up and reverse. So this was this APRI, as I kind of alluded to. It's it's kind of feel good. FDA grants them orphan status for their drug, but I typically see this sort of pre-market action and then curse splat. Now listen, it may base for a while and then move, but Razak, good morning. Okay, now Rice may have topped out here. Still no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, as Real would say, stupid IB. Look at Vuzi all over the place. Look at this big down candle and now this up one as we speak. Look at the volume coming in. Vuzi all over the place right now. Typically, that's why I don't like trading the first 15. You get all sorts of whippiness. I've just found it easier on the nerves than maybe sit it out. Yeah, box, a gap down and go. This is a gap down and is continuing to move down as we speak. That is box. Big area to try to hold. Just around $21, $21.60 right now. Yeah, look at Canopy here, CGC, big cannabis player, of course. Very weak over the last 3-4 days, and continuing down here, CGC. I think something's happening to the. Let me take a look at the ETF. Yeah, just not really doing anything. Give me a moment, please. Yeah, box is just getting clobbered here. All right, so this now is turning into a gap up and go. Else, keep an eye on else. I mean, this is a very, very low float. So again, I always say this, if you're going to get into any one of these super low float situations, you get into this trade, do not leave your computer, okay? 2.2 million in the float. And else, I'm trying to see, did they have some news? Yeah, I don't see any. I mean, they had their earnings, I guess, on March 31st. Asif, I am fine. And yourself? All right, now this is a Academy Sports, and out. Look at this. This is really collapsing here somewhat. I don't know, Zach, if you're well. Zach can't hear me. I know Zach was liking this one. Don't know if he's still in this one as a swing. ASO though getting trampled a bit here. ASO. Well, they've done a financing, ASTC. So I don't know. I mean, they've done a financing. So, you know, that's why they were beaten up. You know, whether it rebounds remains to be seen today anyway. Another one, AMRS. AMRS is a gap down and keep going down so far. All right, this was from yesterday. Fix got hammered yesterday. Fix got hammered yesterday. Maybe trying a mini recovery. There's a little green candle, a mini recovery. FIXX. And HOFE not able to hold its gains. I'm sure DLPN is doing the same thing. Airline's still kind of weak. Here's one of the ETFs for the airline industry. Down day yesterday, continuing down today. Jets. So my guess is that most of the airline stocks are going to be down. Here's UAL. JetBlue is down. American Airlines. AAL. I'm sure it's down. Okay, there's the big pullback now for NTST. NTST, 2078, down to 20. But again, it's early. Look at this. Look at CCL. CCL is getting hit. Carnival. Look at this. These candles here on the 5-minute chart. So let's take a look. Well, we've got this disconnect going again with the indices. So the Dow is down. Tech is up pretty strong so far, and the SPY is up. So let's take a look at the Qs. Yeah, you know what? I mean, look at this. I mean, they're almost back to these highs here. Qs are almost back to these highs here before the big downtrend with all these the growth stocks with bond rates rising. So it's almost right back as if nothing happened. There is no news on Very. In fact, it's so funny because when I check the news on, this is what I saw. Well, it said, okay, this headline has changed a little bit. It said Very up on no news that anybody could find. I mean, there might be something. There's Weight Watchers, guys. Take a look at Weight Watchers breaking a very key area here. Weight Watchers, a big downgrade by Morgan Stanley this morning. This is hitting Weight Watchers, WW. So Very got halted. Yes, Very got halted on volatility halt. And again, only 2 million in the float. Yeah, I can't find that headline that I saw. I mean, it said literally, here's the news on Very. There is no news that we can find to account for. I mean, it had the it had the after hours move. I'd be keeping an eye on Weight Watchers, guys, for continued weakness. I mean, there's a big area right here that it's at. If you look at the daily chart, you see a bottoming tail there that day, and a few days ago right there. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average, so 26, so it's still got a ways to go. And that is Weight Watchers. Meanwhile, Rice is just no stop yet. Lots of, look at the volume that has come into Rice. Excuse me. So it's traded the float already at 23 million in the float, 24 million it's traded. Look at this volume right here, though. I mean, this once the market opened, look at this volume. Okay, I'm really watching Weight Watchers here to see what I'm going to do is just stick an alert right around 28.82 and see if it takes that out. That's, I mean, looking the low here is 28.84, that low there. 28.93, that low there. 29.04, so yeah, it gets into that, those 28.80s, and it's got a lot of room still underneath, all based on that Morgan Stanley downgrade. Now, it's bouncing a little bit here, but let's see if that bounce holds. Well, look at Alcoa. Now, Alcoa releases earnings next week, and look at Alcoa getting slapped here. Big level, too, underneath that hole number 31. Look at this big 15-minute candle to start off. Again, it's early. A couple of minutes left, a minute and a half until 9:45. That's when we'll start. Well, earliest we'll get anything in these two windows is 9:45. INVE, big, let's see, what are they trying to do? 1188 right here. Not a lot of room. I mean, even if it gets past these highs right there, then you have to look left, and 1250. Another low float situation, 16 million in the float. Okay, Ecor trying to recover here. Migraine drug. Got some kind of Health Canada status. That's for Ecor. Relatively low float, 31 million in the float. But again, I think it's going to have to take this out here, 245. It did that in the pre-market. Got right up to this level here, that daily high in the daily candle. If it can get past that, then it has a shot maybe into this level. And I'm not predicting that's what's going to happen, but Rice is still not shortable for me. No. At Interactive Brokers. A little too late anyway. And as usual, I'm waiting for my anything happening in this window here, moving higher with unusually strong option activity. Yesterday we had quite a few. It was probably not the norm. And we had some early ones. Again, not the norm. Usually we get maybe 3 or 4 for the day, which is exactly what I want. Don't want too many. All right, let's take a look early to see what sectors are moving. So of course SMH, XLP, consumer. Who's down? So XRT, retail sector, slightly negative. Here's WW, guys. Big level. WW. Pop right back up. Just watching to see how well it can hold underneath 29. So let's keep looking here. So the retail sector down. So you can see, NAS is up. SMH. Metals and mining. So that's one of the. I mean, look at Alcoa. We saw Alcoa taking a real hit early. AA. Keep WW, guys. That's all I can say. If it gets back over 29, then maybe all bets are off, but bit of a spread issue right now, 85.01. Yeah, look at Jets though. Jets on the way down here. So it's incredible, isn't it? There cannot see any news, no news on it whatsoever. It's not a China stock. It can happen. Some of these foreign ones, but I don't see any news on Very. All right, so a couple just showed up in my watch list up. Let's see if anything's shaking here. So remember, it's a watch list. It doesn't mean when you get the alert, you take the trade immediately. This one continues down. This was my nice one from yesterday. The short yesterday continuing down. CXW. My guess is that Geo is continuing. Also, a couple of the prison stocks, absolutely. All right, guys. Well, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on WW. A little breakdown here might get it going again. 28.85. I'm going to stick an alert. Just trying to make up its mind if it wants to bounce or keep going down. That's tough, Lee. Work getting in the way of your trading. Well, WW definitely in bounce mode right now. A couple of bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. Well, let's see. Maybe I have to flip the script, see if it gets over 29.44. Mr. JB, good morning. So I don't know how easy it would have been to get Very. Let's see, when did it, it opened at 17, well, it would have been opened at 1780 on the resume. So I don't know how easy it would have been to get it at around that level, 1785, but what did it get up to? 2048, 20. So obviously if you could get it around the 18 mark, that would have been a nice one. All right, well, look, I mean, Weight Watchers is having a nice recovery. Well, that's why I wait. I was waiting for around 2880, to really leave that whole number behind, and it touched it a couple of times and then it bounced. So, I wasn't confident enough that it was going to leave 29 behind, so I just decided to wait on it, and I'm glad I did. There are, Lily, shorts at Interactive Brokers. There's 417,000. You have Interactive Brokers, right? And that's for ears. All right, silver on the rise here. AG, this is really interesting. Look at this. What the highs right there? 1773, 1764. So, we're at these levels right there. If it can break through, has a shot to the 20 level. Wow, very. Whew. Again, on no news. No news that I can see for Very. Yeah, see, no direct news or filing, so it appears there are external factors at play. So, what they're really trying to say, there's no news, but for whatever reason, somebody wants this and is suggesting that other people buy it. 2 million in the float. Trying to be diplomatic here. Aha, okay. We have something from the earnings play. Now, not the earnings play, but my unusually strong options. Now, interesting, usually when we get something, the stock is up for the day. Okay, I will say this. This is what I'm talking about. So this is the first one we've had in the unusually strong options, and that is Box. But usually the stock is up for the day. So this makes it a little more dicey, in my opinion. I mean, listen, it may completely recover, but makes it a little more dicey, not as enticing. I actually thought of putting another filter in here so that the stock had to be up for the day in order to trigger, but so that's I don't know, I'm saying advice, but if you look here on the 15-minute chart in the pre-market, 2266 could be some resistance just in the pre-market based on those 15-minute candles. Well, we haven't seen Smile Direct for a while. These days here, where it was just ripping higher, Smile Direct, SDC. However, is this shortable? It is shortable for me and Interactive Brokers. Look what it's doing. It's trying to bump up against that 200-day moving average. 1064 is a 200-day. It's at 1051 right now. This is sort of a cannabis play, ATNF. And again, you know, this is the pattern. Look at CCL, guys. CCL continues down. My guess is that NCLH. Yeah, they're all RCL, the three big ones. They're all moving down. You know, you could call this a virus play, if you will. Well, this will be a test for me, you know, to see whether or not, you know, a stock that is down for the day, appearing in my options scanner, is as good as, you know, the ones that are usually, again, they appear when they're up for the day. Boy, Rice would have been a great short. What a great short. This was actually my focus, but you know, just no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I kept thinking maybe they'll become available again. They definitely were available in the pre-market because I was really looking at shorting it right around here, but wow. Happy, happy, happy. For those of you who know why I'm putting up this stock. There you go, VJ. Ah, look at this. I mean, this HOFE, this, shoot, it was shortable too. Could not hold its gains. Look at cannabis, CGC. Something's happening here. I mean, CGC, sort of the king of them all, really, really weak. Okay, thank you. Well, it was up a little bit, but now it's down. Okay, thank you. But the whole market, I shouldn't say the whole market. Let's take a look at AFA and see if it's just CGC. You know, AFA's not down that much, but Tilray. But you know, look at the cannabis stocks. They've been in sort of a decline. Well, I'm keeping an eye on Box just to see And if this one does not, what I call work, I will, I may add that filter to make sure our stock has to be up for the day before it appears. But if it works, then I won't do that. Now look at the cruisers, guys. NCLH, look at this. So right now what you're seeing here is this is a compare count window. So it's kind of competing ideas, you know, stocks that are moving higher with 300,000, at least 300,000 shares with other filters versus the ones that are moving lower with 300,000 shares. So these are competing ideas. Right now, 76% are down, 24% up, and you can just see the tape, mostly red. So even though, this is probably a little more reflective of what's happening with the Dow. Wow, Weight Watchers, guys. It was a huge bounce. Right off that level, there was the alert, 29.40 or so. There's actually a red bar, kind of a red bar ignored on the 2-minute chart for Weight Watchers, WW. So Bruce, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? This? The compare count window? Oh, shows up for the day. I see what you mean. Well, if I wanted to, I mean, jury's out. I mean, it's actually starting to work a little bit right now. Okay, but what I would do is I would just add another filter. You know, right now there's no filter that makes it have to be up from the day. Maybe what I do is I put up from the open though, but that still could be down for the day. I just want to see how this is going to work. Okay, I mean, maybe box is going to be fine. Well, then the filter would be change. Well, I'll type in open. Just type in open. And, wow, okay, change from the open. You know, right there to make sure, so it put a positive number. Okay, that's just it. There's the filter. Add the filter. So change from the open, put, 0.1, just to make sure it's above the open. But I was actually talking more about the close. So it would be higher than yesterday. Yeah, so far, the way Box is trading, yeah, you had a little pop, maybe a little bit of, I mean, that was, I'm not looking to make 10, 15 cents from these things. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, if you got in at 22.22, it did get up to 22.45, but I have my doubts. So I may add that filter. So it's a very different day from yesterday. If you were here yesterday, my basic new highs were full. Usually, yeah, I would say maybe I get about 5 or 6 for the day up until 12:30. It was full yesterday. Nothing today. On the way down though, AR, and I should be paying more attention. Yeah, unfortunately, I was watching that WW for the bounce, and I just got slightly distracted. I had the price alert, got distracted. This would have been a decent little bounce play for WW. Was not able to take it. All right, this one is a gap down and keep going down. AMRS. So what sort of support does this have? And so I had a down day yesterday, continuation. Look at the gap down today. That gap on the daily. Where is it out of? It's a US stock. Okay. Wow, another one. Shoot, this was also shortable. 620. Look at the high here for else. $100 million offering. Thank you, Harry. All right, so I have to start watching for these tops. Richard Nio, let's see. I saw LI had a bit of a, yeah, I don't know what to say. It depends what you're trying to do. These are all kind of stuck. It's up, yeah, it's up 3%, but I think I think they announced their financing yesterday. So these China stocks, these China EV plays are all kind of stuck. Not too interesting to me. Okay, Levi's is an earnings play. Not a terribly interesting stock, in my opinion. It's down, yeah, down to 1%. Doesn't seem to. It's got a big float. Well, no, actually, it doesn't. I thought it had a bigger float than that. So announced pre-market. There's the reaction to its earnings play. I guess it's got some support around 23.67, not that far away. Just don't know how dynamic it will be. Okay, so this one is interesting. AVCT. So the reason for the pop is that they had a $9 unsolicited offer. At least that was the news. And I don't know, maybe people are saying, yeah, right. Because it did get right up to $9. Obviously, that happened after hours yesterday. There's that mauve area after hours action. I haven't even paid attention to the AI. Everything that's been alerted so far is kind of out of the price range I like to trade. Yeah, so these cannabis plays are definitely getting hit here. Yeah, again, nothing in the basic new highs. I mean, look at CGC just getting slapped here. I mean, this is a big level that it's taking out. It's underneath the whole number, 29. And when you look left, what is it has some, let's see, the bottom here is 28.04. So it's got another dollar or so to check out that next low. I know Lily was mentioning Oust earlier, and yeah, I mean, look at this one now. This was a big flyer yesterday, but it did sell off. I mean, it got up to 11.25. It closed at 9.88. That's a pretty big percentage sell off. Tried this morning to recover somewhat, but it is now starting to move down. Yeah, well, Bolsano, of course, being an intraday trader, the overall market doesn't. I don't get too concerned about the overall market. Just try to try to get into the right sectors on an intraday basis. Try to follow what's moving on an intraday basis. But I mean, there's nothing. I mean, look at the SPY. I mean, the SPY is still, it's still an all-time, well, not an all-time high now, but I mean, we're having a bit of a down day now. Aha. Okay, so I see ears showed up in my option scan. So what do we have looking left? The next high looking. Next high looking left is 442, I think. No, 415. So gotta just take this out. Is 415. Wow, CGC. Well, guys, if you took this one, there's your area. We're way down here around $28. Okay, just a little over 28.07. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Just got to clear this 415. It doesn't have a ton of room. I mean, you look here and the next high, if it does clear 415 for ears, is 442. On a percentage basis, that's not bad. Okay, well, we're past that 415. Now the next level right there is 443. So be very aware of that. Now Doesn't have a, like, I just, I don't mind it, but I just wish it had, I wish this weren't here. These little highs, I wish it were down here and it had a clear shot to, potentially get up to that 620 mark. All right, now box is back up. A little bit choppy, but it is back up. What did it get down to? 20, almost down to 22. I'm not in this. Okay, so this is a SPAC, guys. FTCV, and yes, it did appear in the options plays. And it's got room. Ugh. Yeah, 14, well, I don't know. 1425 is the next high looking left for FTCT. Well, if it can take that out, I mean, then we got a lot of room, 1570 or so. So I'm just kind of biding my time on this one, the FTCV. So far in the options plays, no clear shots, if you understand what I'm trying to say. Everything we've seen, well, of course, the box. The box is, I don't know, it's kind of to work, but it's a little bit choppy. I'm not in it. The ears, the same sort of thing. It didn't really clear that 415 very well. And plus, it's way above a channel, so. CGC, guys, again, if you took this one, it's starting to get closer and closer to this level way down here. 27, what is the low? 2804, so it's getting closer and closer to that level. Okay, well, there's my alert for FTCV. Way up here, and for me to take this, it has to clear that level, which is 1425 or so. All right, I'm going to stick an alert back here for ears around 14, I wish, 420. And see if it takes that out again. Well, okay, briefly it was. You're right. It did that candle at one point. I know what you're seeing, Bobby. Okay, briefly, but it pulled way back. But you're right. At one point, I suppose the trigger would have been 1398 when that candle Red candle now, but it was a green candle at one point up here. Well, listen, Box may prove me wrong. I mean, here's pre-market, a little bit of pre-market resistance around 2266. All right, guys, it is now 10:21, so I will, as I call it, I'll start my spiel. First of all, if you're brand new to this room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen and live on the mic. And now I'm going to talk about all of the information that you can find from my homepage. So in this main trading room right here, Barry's homepage, there's a tab for it. So if you click on that tab, and then there's a link right there to my homepage. All right. A lot of information here, including, of course, how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. There's a promo code you can use, Barry4 Alpha, all in caps, except for numeric 4, 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. I'm going to show you how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. Annual, monthly for premium and standard. So the premium annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between excuse me, premium and standard is the AI. That's the normal reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. I'll go over the AI in a bit. You don't have to take out an annual plan if you don't want. You can go month to month, 118, 228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only, okay? So after that, if you maintain a monthly subscription, it'll go to the 118 and 228 after that first month. More information from my homepage. You can sign up for the Trade of the Week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I don't know what I'm going to do today. The stock of the day video. I usually do it around noon Eastern. It's probably a popular section from my homepage, all the scans that I'm sharing. So here is my layout. This is what you see. This is what I'm sharing. So there is my layout. Remember, because it is a layout, don't forget to save your layout to the cloud if you have one up and running. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. If you don't want my layout, this is why I have all the individual scans here. Okay, so you can kind of pick and choose what you might want to take a look at. This, of course, is probably my number one scan, my favorite scan. Moving higher with unusually strong options. And next is education. And by the way, because a lot of scans here, a lot of information on my homepage, you can always just save my homepage link so you can take a look at my scans and education later on. Click here for the education section, and as always, I like to put the 20 lessons on its own as a link. Something popped on my screen as a price alert. Ears. Okay, ears is back. Okay, well, let's see if it can move now. Okay, guys, so the 20 lessons, click on that 20 lessons link. This is what you'll see. So again, if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I would suggest it's almost mandatory that you take a look at these 20 lessons. You know, all the basic features are covered. They're not videos. It's all text-based. But you know, what is a top list? Building a top list. Alert windows, creating them. Intro to the cloud, price alerts, introduce to Holly, which is our AI. So there are a lot of information here, a lot of information in the 20 lessons. It will not take you 20 days. More information, daily support from that education section, daily support session. So today is Thursday. So between 12 and 1, we have a YouTube room. And one of the other traders takes over. I actually monitor it between 9 and noon, and then from 1 to 3. So one of the other traders takes over while I have a break. And today it should be Jamie, I believe. And you can head over there while I'm on a break if you want. I will pop the link in before I do take my break. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. More educational videos here. And a neat little series, Back to Basics, okay? Michael Noss, one of the traders at, I don't know what to call Michael. Trader at Trade Ideas, works for Trade Ideas like I do, okay? Another fellow Canadian. So he created this little short video series, literally starting off with what is a stock. So if you're brand new to trading, highly recommend you take a look at this. And we have some trading ebooks that we created. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. So you can always save my homepage link and look at all this later on. Just sizing my, there we go, just sizing everything over here. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? For those of you who are new, not quite understanding what Trade Ideas is, we are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the market. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. It doesn't matter what country you live in around the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So, again, if you're new to scanning and all, okay, sorry about that. If you're new to scanning, this is a scan, a very easy scan that I put together called the Basic New Highs and Lows. So let's take a look. So these are the filters that I have in place. So you always start off with filters. You know, I don't know how many stocks there are out there. So we'll just say 10,000 stocks. So you start off with filters to sort of whittle that universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So I'm looking, in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Relative volume or current volume, this at 4, that means it's trading at least 4 times normal. Excuse me, up to this point of the day. And other filters that I have in place. Okay, so these are the filters I've got. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes either a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. So right now, no stocks have met, on the upside, have met those requirements. That's why this is blank. A few have met on the downside. Okay, so that's an idea of a scan that I created. Now, one of the things is that you do not have to know a programming language to do all that. What we did was we created what we think sufficient number of alerts. Here are all the alerts when you see icons that look like that. And then we're going to go all the way down here. When you see icons that look like this, these are the filters. So we feel we've created enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, You can create a combination that is going to give you a scan that you want to create. Okay? So, no programming language is necessary to learn trade ideas. Now, we share, I'm sharing my layout. I share a lot of scans. In the channel bar here, all of these are themed layouts with scans in here, so you don't even have to know how to create anything at the very beginning. Though I really encourage you to take a look at those 20 lessons. Okay, I'll go over this maybe a little bit later, the channel bar. So that is kind of the basis, of what Trade Ideas is. Okay, we're a scanner. Again, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use our product. Now I'm going to go over the AI. And I'm going to show you what the AI is and how it works. Well, not quite how it works, but the concept behind it. So we have what we call about 70 to 75 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work on with an optimization routine to optimize those strategies. So that's what happened last night once the market closed. Of those strategies, these are the only ones that made the cut. Why they made the cut? Don't worry about it. What segment they're from? Holy Grail, Neo, 2.0? Don't worry about it, okay? Make it simple. What I would do is from our toolbar, just click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. And when you do that, this is the window that will show up. Here are the alerts that have happened so far today. I mean, you have an entry price. You don't have to get in right at that entry price. This is a real time, just like this triggered because, or CXW triggered at 9:34 at 7:08 because the filters were met. So in whatever strategy that hit PHR, there was the alert at 54.12. You have a stop. Okay, so this is a short, 54.12. Obviously, this is a short. It says so right there, S. Okay. So far working quite nicely. But, how you are going to trade it will be up to you. It's really that simple. There are no videos on how to trade the AI. I use it like a watch list for the day. My personal preference are stocks under $20, but that's just me. I cannot pay attention to it all day long, mainly because, I'm moderating a trading room, so I don't, I'm not fixated on it. But if you have the AI, I'll be using it like a watch list. Sometimes the AI will get into a trade a little bit early, and then it'll come back to the trigger price. You can always do it that way. So, a lot of different ways to use the AI, but how you use it will be really up to you. Now I want to talk about this window that you see here that is called Brokerage Plus. Only available if you're using our application, not available with the web-based version. You notice here, there is the Brokerage Plus. And underneath it says live and simulation. Simulation meaning paper trading. Let me, before I keep going, I have to pop this video in, or this link to a video. Okay, so there is a link, a link to a video. Okay, I did not copy that link correctly. Just a minute. Okay, now it should show up. Here we go, Brokerage Plus. Okay, Brokerage Plus. So why am I putting that link in there? Well, okay, you can take this window. This is what we call, again, so it's a feature. It's not mandatory to use. You don't want to use it, that's fine. It's just a feature that we have. And again, we call it Brokerage Plus. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, and I guess now an E-Trade account, I haven't tested it, but I guess it is active if you have an E-Trade account. And that video that you see covers E-Trade also. So, but the bottom line is this, you can then use this window to trade your Interactive Broker or E-Trade account. So again, why would you want to be able to do that? Well, You can do things like this. So let's just take a look at Vary, okay? I take a look at Vary, click on it. If I like what I see on the chart and I want to trade it, I go back, right click, trade Vary, and notice I've got this box pops up with my buying and shorting options that I can choose from. Now, how this was created, you watch the video. Okay, you can create your own. This is what we call one-click trading. So again, you click on the alert, check the chart out, you like what you see, you pick how you want to trade it, done. Okay? It's what we call one-click trading. You don't have to do it that way. You want to do it manually? Of course you can do it manually. I'm going to go over that a little bit more when I talk about the simulator. Now this what you see here, you know, I said yesterday that I was going to take this as a swing in the simulator, AGC. No, it's not too badly. Entry was 13.78, 20 cents below the entry. But, you know, we'll see what happens. This had some news yesterday, and we'll just see what happens with it. But if I wanted to exit this trade right now, I just highlight it and I click on flatten, and that gets me out of the trade. Or I could get out of half my trade, or I could double my position. Okay, these are hotkeys. Okay, so if you have an IB Interactive Brokers account, and I guess now an E-Trade account, you can use this Brokerage Plus window to trade. Now, the other big use of this Brokerage Plus window is as a simulator, paper trader. If you're new to trading, don't trade with your real money until you've practiced trading. I'm going to emphasize that over and over, okay? Our simulator uses our real-time data. Probably not Intel Trader. Probably not. I don't think so. Only Americans, I guess, yeah. US, in the US. But don't quote me on that. I don't know. I've never had E-Trade, so I don't know. I don't know if it's available in Canada. I thought E-Trade had something to do with TD, but I don't know. You just, you know, all you have to do is go to E-Trade's website. Is it called E-Trade? Well, it must be true because Michael, I think, has been using it to trade, but it might not be called E-Trade. But Michael Noss, he's been testing it. I know what he's been doing though. He's been testing it using somebody else, like somebody else's account in who's in the States. Yeah, so that's why. Anyway, so IB certainly in Canada. Anyway, so as a simulator, it uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, okay? It uses our real-time data. And again, it's very simple to use. You click on an alert. The symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. And you pick the price you want to get in at, okay? As a simulator. I want to demonstrate how you can use a simulator, say for a pullback. You wanted to, you know, you don't want to take a trade right at the current price. Maybe you wanted to wait to see if it pulled back to a certain level. So let's see if I can find one. Let's just say you wanted to take this FTCV trade. Again, this is just demonstration purposes, okay? You wanted to take this FTCV trade if it pulled back to this level here, which is 1338. So let's just show you how that can work. You pick how many shares you want to trade at or get in at. What did I say? 1342. So let's just basically put 1342 in both boxes here. Okay, click on the buy button and you see a nice big bright blue line appears on the chart. So if this FTCV goes to 1342, it'll take the trade. You could have done it the other way also. If you thought, like up here, I was suggesting, you know, if it took out 1425, maybe that would be an area to get in. Okay, so you could have put both prices at 1425 here, and you would have seen the blue line on top. Okay, so I just want to show, just trying to show you how you can use this for a pullback trade. It is the latest beta, William. So if you go to our home site or our home page and scroll down, and it's the latest beta. Question was, what version of trade ideas? So let me just demonstrate that. One moment, please. Okay, sorry. So now let's take a trade, because now we're going to start talking about money management, stops, and all of that. If you're new to trading, guess what? Every trade you get into is not going to work. All right? So you have to have a price. If you get into a trade, you have to have a price. And it's based on, this is only going to come with experience, reading charts, etc. That's why, you have to spend the time paper trading before you commit money to the market, of where you're going to be placing a stop. A stop meaning, okay, you know what? The trade didn't work. I want to get out at this price. But it has to be based on something. It can't just be, well, I'm going to get out if it's 10 cents below or 20 cents below. It has to be based on something. And typically, it'll be based on reading the chart. Just give me a moment, please. So let's get into a trade, and let's talk about where you would, maybe get into a trade, and then where would you put a stop? See if I can find one. How about this rice trade? Starting to come up again a little bit. I'm just trying to demonstrate. Now, okay, the stop would be really wide here, okay? Let me see if I can find something a little bit better. Boy, still nothing in the new highs. Nothing. Oh yeah, we're not the only one to invent paper trading, Dave. Of course not. But if you have trade ideas, it's a great way to practice. Boy, pickings are slim right now for. Yeah, but that's a buyout, Intel Trader. That's a buyout ORBC. And it's, I think, 1150. Yeah, so that's a buyout. Boy, this ears is not nice now. I mean, it had a nice little pop. Looked like it was going to start to roll here, but is not looking good now. It's crazy. I'm just trying to find anything that, okay, how about this one? I mean, again, I'm just trying to demonstrate, the concept of stops and all. Okay, I'm going to take this trade, guys. I mean, would I do it normally? Probably not, but I just want to demonstrate the concept of placing a stop, money management, okay? So what's the spread like? 516. Okay. I'm going to take 1,000 shares. I'm going to buy at the market. I'm going to show it's going to show up right here. 1,000 shares, 515. I'm going to put the stop at 505. I'm going to show you why I'm doing that just to make this math easy. So I've added the stop. You see right on the chart. Right on the chart. There we go. So right on the chart, you see this big red line appear. So if it goes down to, if APRE goes down to 505, it'll take me out for a $95 loss. Now that's, again, I always say this, it's a bit of a rounding error because what I'm really trying to demonstrate, okay, first of all, you might say, well, how do I know where to put a stop? Well, you know, even this is probably not the worst stop in the world because if you look at the 2-minute chart, you see a lot of action right down there that if it broke down the 5-minute chart, if it broke down that level, you should probably be out of the trade. So it's a pretty tight stop, but that's only going to come with chart reading experience. That's why we say practice, practice, practice. So once you get the concept of, okay, I get the idea. If it breaks down through maybe a support level, I should be out of the trade. So the next idea then is, okay, how much are you going to risk per trade in a dollar amount? So if you have a $5,000 account, obviously you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So in this demonstration, what I did here, and why I tried to make the math easy, if you have an account that maybe can risk $100 a trade, then this is how many shares in this particular case you would have taken, 1,000 shares. Why 1,000 shares? If I divide I got in at 515, my stop's at 505, that's a 10-cent stop. So if I divide 10 cents into $100, I get 1,000 shares. Now conversely, 1,000 shares, if it hits my stop, 10 cents away, 1,000 times 10 cents equals, again, this is a bit of a rounding. You know, it says 95 there. Okay, so that's the concept. So the two concepts at work here. Where to place a stop, and then once you know where your stop is, then you'll know what the difference is between your entry and your stop. You take that number and you divide it into how much you're willing to risk per trade, dollar-wise. Again, trying to make the math easy, $100 risk per trade. I created a 10-cent stop here. So that's why 1,000 shares. So again, don't go into trading thinking, well, I'll take 500 shares every trade, 100 shares every trade. It's got to be based on something. Okay? Now the other aspect is, and I'm going to try to do this quickly. I don't want to get stopped out before it might happen. So you get into a trade, you've been listening to me, and you think, okay, I get what the guy is saying. I have to have a stop. I should risk the same amount every trade, etc., etc. You get into a trade, and it starts working against you, okay? And you think, wow, I can't believe it. This trade setup looked awesome. Maybe, I'm so new to trading, maybe, or even if you're not new to trading, because we've all done it. I'm so new to trading, I didn't quite get where to put the stop. It was probably too tight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start moving that stop down, as it starts approaching that price. So notice I've got the stop down here at 489. If it hit it, I'd lose 256 instead of that $100. Okay? Still, you're stubborn because you cannot believe it's not working. You keep moving your stop down, 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 down. Now that $100 manageable risk that you had on that trade starts turning into something that you don't want to see. $400, $500, $600. Eventually you give up and you sell it and you kick yourself for doing it. Okay, because you had a nice manageable loss of $100 that turned into something that should not have happened. So how do you counteract that? You leave your stop in. Okay, I'll just put it, that's not quite where it's supposed to be 505, but see if I can eyeball it. Okay, it's close enough, okay? It doesn't matter. So you just leave your stop in, And if you get stopped out, you get stopped out. It takes all of the emotion out of trading. Okay? Just takes all the emotion out of it. You get stopped out and you move on. What also can happen is that, you know, maybe you were just early in the trade. Maybe the setup comes back the same way that you saw the first time, and it comes back, and you can always get back into the trade. Okay? So this just takes all the emotion out of trading. Yeah, I see. I would almost disregard those numbers, Adam. I mean, I think it makes it too complicated. I think it's based on 100 shares per trade. Okay, I would just concentrate on this. Okay, here are the alerts that happened today. Okay, and that's what I would concentrate on. You know, the aggressive and the difference between aggressive. I'll cover this But if you watch the video or you go to the 20 lessons, it's all covered there. I believe in the I don't know, lessons 16 and 17 or 17 and 18. Okay, but aggressive and moderate. All this means is this, and conservative. And I actually thought we're getting rid of, well, aggressive is not available from the AI, but this is what it means. Conservative is getting out exactly when the AI got out. Every strategy has usually a hold period or a target. See if the target was hit. Okay, so it got out there. This is staying in the trade. Moderate is staying in the trade, and aggressive is staying in the trade right to the end of the day. These are what-if scenarios. Okay. The difference between moderate and aggressive is that moderate will not keep updating if the stop was actually hit, if it got stopped out. So notice here, NTSC, it got stopped out. So a moderate is still minus 1.23%, but this is increasing a little bit because the price is going up. Okay, so in theory, you know, this could turn into a big positive at the end of the day if it kept going up. You know, but so moderate stops calculating if a stop gets hit. I just think it's too complicated. Just watch this window. You can trade around the alerts, things like that, okay? I'm not into auto trading at all, okay? Yeah, no problem. I just find that you know, it gets too complicated when people start looking at the individual strategies, the individual sections, or whatever you want to call them, from the AI, the Grail 2.0 and Neo. Okay, and they see these numbers, and yeah, it can be very confusing. All right, so let's see what is happening. My little assistant is beside me. See, I don't run trailing stops, Dave. One of the reasons I don't run trailing stops is because, first of all, I'm not into automated trading. But the other reason is that I'm never in usually more than 2 trades at the same time. So I'm always watching, you know. So I don't use trailing stops because I'm more of a, I guess call it a field trader. You know, if I see the market starting to move down, I see its sector moving down, if it's not kind of trading on its own, if it's not an alpha stock that is really trading on its own. So I'm always kind of managing the trade on my own without trying to automate on trailing stops. So that is why that is why I don't use trailing stops. I'm not saying, but if you know what, if I were in, you know, multiple trades at the same time, you know, I'd have to have a better way to. I would have to have a better way to do it. And yes, here's my assistant right here. You can hear her. Okay. I like to pop this in here. People ask, "Oh, what's happening in the background?" That's what's happening. Not quite as placid as in that picture. So again, there's nothing wrong with using trailing stops if you're in, a lot of trades at the same time. I just don't need to do it. I'm just not into automating trading at all. I'm much rather, if I click on an alert, I like to see what's happening, and then I can make up my mind if I want to trade it, rather than getting into something in an automated fashion. This is starting to come back, guys. Actually, this FTCV. Let's see if it can take out that area up here. Oh, ear is just messy, 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 messy. Seen this so many times with this one. Oh, I wasn't terribly enamored with it, even though we got the alert. I mean, it would have worked for a bit. 406. I mean, okay, if you got in at 406, it did get up to 439. Not bad. I mean, in terms of percentage move, that's pretty darn good, but. Well, one of the reasons it's not going to show up here because I think the volume is, I have a volume minimum of 400,000 shares, number one, okay? So that's the reason it's not going to show up in here. You're talking about the HCKT. So in this, it's just not going to show up there. Yeah, Rice is, see, look at all the ones on the short side. Remember this FGEN yesterday? What was the alert? Well, I mean, this could continue down. FGEN. There's nothing really, I don't see anybody really stepping in to buy it. I mean, pre-market, got up to almost 20. But once the market opened, started to fade again. FGEN. I'll click on your premium and see what it looks like, Real. Thank you for those. And by the way, welcome, Real. Let me see what you added here. Oh, okay, so you added the 1 hour. You added the 1 hour Bollinger Band, okay. There might be some other differences, but I see that. Well, you know me, I like things, I like it when you have fewer alerts. And 200, okay. And before it was 160, okay. All right, cool. Let's see. So the big ads are increasing the 15-minute Bollinger Band from 160 to 200, but also adding in the 1 hour BB. Okay. Yeah, you're right. They are chasing Rice, all-time high now with their merger acquisition news. All right, FBIO. I know, Ija, you mentioned it before, FBIO. Now, to me, it's coming into maybe some resistance right around here, 480, and then right there, 492, and then right there around the 5. So I don't know how much more of this has in it. It's not a low float, so, again, they don't all have to be low floats, but to make it really want to move, it would have to probably be a lower float to get through this 5. Yeah, based on what I'm seeing with the box, I mean, yes, it gave a little bit, from 22.22, yes, but it was choppy. The high it got up to was 22.63, so 40 cents, but a little too choppy for my taste. So what I may do is add in that filter that makes sure it is up for the day. You guys don't have to do the same thing, of course. And it may not really change that much because I'm trying to remember the last time we had an alert from the option scanner where stock was actually down for the day. Not saying it hasn't happened, but I'm just trying to. I can't think of one. From the option scanner, WVE and CLDX. Really? Okay, I don't remember that. I guess I just feel more comfortable. I mean, look, but Box had a lot of room. I mean, if it really wanted to recover well, it did have a lot of room. So that was the only thing that really had this daily candle been up here, still down for the day, I absolutely would have discounted it. But what window did I use to find Vuzi? I haven't. I may have. Somebody may have mentioned Vuzi in the main trading room, Michael. I don't have anything showing Vuzi. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea, Jay. Okay, I'll reserve. Maybe I should be reserving my feelings on that in terms of adding that. I mean, I don't think it's going to be the worst thing in the world to add that sort of a filter, but all right. Give me a moment here, please. Just following some other discussions in our internal support. Well, this is maybe going to turn into a green bar ignored here for VMAR. This is from Real's scan. Well, it showed up on the other one too. Of course, this is what I'm talking about. Of course, it's going to show up on this one too because the filters are more relaxed here, so it's going to show up here. But this is his new scan with more filters in place. I saw Tiger here earlier. All right, guys. Let's see. So glad I didn't chase. You know me, I don't chase. I'm glad I didn't chase the rice. Okay, FBIO making another new high. I just have just reluctant because of that high right there. But listen, if it takes that high out, it's got a shot. I mean, when was this? This was back in 2018. So we're talking 3 years ago. So this is starting to approach 3 year ago highs right here. And that's the FBIO. And this is the first one. So this is the first one showing up in the basic new highs. A very, very different day from yesterday. Is this an Israeli stock? Yeah, an Israeli stock. ZIM, all-time high. Now listen, I may be wrong. I mean, I may be wrong. I mean, if you got it down here, that's great. Down to the 440s. I do see that. Even I know we have different channels or different, but I do see that in TradingView also. Talking about the ZIM, real. Big spread. Yeah. 20 to 30 cent spread right now for ZIM. Oh, look at that spread. 29.83, 29.05. I mean, it does look like it wants to drop, but a little bit tough to commit myself anyway. 28.82, 28.99 now, the bid ask. I'm talking about the ZIM. Okay, tightening up a little bit, 13 cents now, 83.95, so that's 12 cents, 13 cents. Yeah, I can't help you. Somebody may. I have no idea what my plan is. I know it sounds crazy, but I have no idea what my plan is. Obviously you need real-time data. I don't know if you need total view. Somebody was saying the package is about a $10 per month package. That seems to be the one. But somebody else with IB might be able to chime in. There we go, JB. Whoa, STPK. Ori, you mentioned STPK. I think it was mainly maybe for a short, but look at this, STPK. This is a blank check company. This is a SPAC. Had the lofty, up where, around here, 51. It's not going to show up. A lot of options. You're right. 23,000. It's just not going to show up in my scanner because the needs to be at least 300%. Yeah, but it's increasing. There's FGen. Take a little short of this one and just see if you can ride down further. The FGen. Plant? Didn't see that one. Oh, that's why. It's way outside of the price range I like, but yeah, obviously on a short. All right, keep an eye on this one. This what is it? GTBP. It is shortable for me. Underneath $9. It has room down here to 831. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but let's see if it bases here just a little bit underneath 9 and then starts and continues its descent. BSIG. Well, it's an all-time high, so I don't know what this is. This is a bit crazy here. I mean, but it is, well, I mean, because it's an all-time high because, pre-market, post-market does not count when calculating all-time highs and all, or lows. So I mean, there it is up at 22, I guess, but it's kind of a crazy one, BSIG. But wow, has it ever, what is it? Is this a pink sheet stock? Not even pink sheet. I don't know what they do. I mean, that's a big rally. Of course, like a lot of stocks. I mean, that's the rally off the bottom of the pandemic. 341, so 7 times in a little over a year. Now, it's kind of interesting, this vary, the way it's resting just at 18. Only 2 million in the float. Still don't see any news. Not seeing any company specific. Trading higher, not seeing any company specific news to justify the price action in the low float stock. Slap. FGen, well, it's starting to work, guys. See how much further this can, I mean, it's all an all-time low. I don't know where that is. Starting to approach that. So, well, not even close, 1674. So it is still super, super weak. I was surprised I got a short so quickly. The reason I was surprised is that it was down. It's only down 5% today. So the uptick rule, in theory, not for today. But again, it was down, of course, way more than 10% yesterday. So the uptick rule is still in effect a day later. And so typically, you know, I went in right at the bid and got almost an instant fill. I was very surprised. I stuck it in there just to see, and I was very surprised to get it. So Matt, now this is only my opinion, okay? I don't use the average at all for an intraday scanner. Okay? The reason being is that, like, there could be a stock. Well, let's take a look at this crazy vary. So look how it's traded today, 29 million. Now I almost guarantee, I mean, I don't know what the average is over the last 5 days or 10 days, but look how flat that is. I mean, I can't quite tell. But if you, just for argument's sake, said, you know, you put a minimum of whatever that number is, 500,000 shares, 5 day, 10 day, 3 month, more than likely you would not have seen this stock. So as an intraday trader, of course, you want to know about this stock. So consequently, I just don't use the average volume over you know, any period, 5 day, 30 days, year, whatever, because you'll miss a stock that is having its incredible day on volume, which doesn't normally trade very much. Does that make sense? Then, you know, I'm not saying don't do it, but I just don't do it. I think maybe it's more appropriate for swing trading, but I just don't do it, because you'll miss the ones that are just screaming higher for no reason, that hardly trade before. But you know, it's not like, I mean, look how many shares this is traded: 29 million, 2 million in the float. So it's not like, yeah, like typically why you use an average is because you want to make sure you can get in and out of trades. You know, it's got volume all the time. You don't have to worry. You know, on a stock like this, I mean, look at the volume. You know, it's not. It's just not a concern. That's my opinion anyway. Ernesto. Okay, I'm answering somebody from our YouTube room. Well, you don't need a multi-strategy window to set up low float movers. Ernest. So I'm not sure why you need a multi-strategy window. I mean, you can have, in fact, one of the ones that I am sharing, I'll have to pop this in here, is low float movers on, or low floats on the move. So I'm not sure you have to have a multi-strategy window to do that. And I'll answer your position and range also. So if you click on that, my homepage link, I just popped that into the YouTube room. If you click on it, here's my homepage, and there's the link. Okay, so when you click on it, one of the sections is my scans. Okay, so if you click on my scan section, you'll notice one of them is called, it better be still there, low floaters on the move. Okay, low floaters on the move. Yeah, it's an alert window. Multi-strategy window is just taking a bunch of alert windows and putting them in one window. Usually people do that because they don't have a lot of space. You know, maybe they only have one screen, a small screen, whatever. So you can put a bunch of alert windows into one window called a multi-strategy window. But I think for your purposes, you can always check this low floaters on the move. You can always tinker with it. But, you know, I would start there. It's an alert window, yes. Okay? So that's question number one. Okay, so what is the position in range bar? So it's probably one of my favorite filters because, of course, I'm always looking for stocks. So, for instance, in this one, watch list up. The only reason stocks are appearing here, you know, they're from my watch list, but one of the filters is this one, the position in yesterday's range. It has to be at least at or above. This is what that minimum 100 means, okay? So I'm only going to see stocks that are above yesterday's range. So if you look at ATNF, or yesterday's high. So if you look at ATNF, there was the high of yesterday, okay, 831. So obviously this is above it, okay? So that's why I see this one. The position, so all of these position in range filters operate kind of on the same principle. So this one, and we got a lot of, these are great filters. You know, we've got the position in relation to the open, the 5-minute, 50, and I don't use these, but the position in range, that's the day's range. So for instance, when I look at, okay, let me just show you one of the top list windows I have on my other screen. So FBIO, why is it showing up here? Because, among other reasons, here is the position in days range, okay? I want to see stocks that are within 10% of the high of the day. Now, obviously, this one it's almost at the high of the day. That's what 90 means. It means it's, you know, it's a little convoluted, but it's 90% above the low of the day. So flip it around, it's within 10% of the high of the day. That's why I see this stock. Okay, because you can see, I mean, there's the high, so it's within 10% of the high of the day. So that's what that position and range filter does. Flying Monkey, I didn't, so maybe Real did. We typically don't like to see links in the room. I guess that's maybe why he did it. I didn't see it. The reason why is because it's a free room, and we just, I mean, I'm sure. Listen, I'm not besmirching your character, but it's, you know, we have to be awfully careful about people posting links. All right, guys. Now this FTCT is getting a little more interesting again. FTCV, sorry, whatever I said. Boy, this pops right through on volume. This could really get it rolling again. I mean, there's the big level right there. 1425. I know it's at the top of a channel, but it might have a mind of its own. And 1573 is the next high looking left. All right, what time is it? 11:27 already. It's been a pretty quick morning, even though I really have not found a lot to my delight. Oh, here's another one coming into the options player. Okay, let me just see. $9. Yeah, popped up. Wow, that popped up to 940. I missed that one. It was quick though. I'd like to see things, a little more trendy, but how about the APRE 568? What did it get up to? 569. So, okay. This one has some promise, okay? Because it did hit in the pre-market up to 619. I think, is this the orphan drug? Yeah, this is the orphan drug. So look at the volume coming in. FDA granted them orphan drug status, but look at the volume that is coming in now. I mean, it was really nothing. All of a sudden, people getting excited about this. Well, Rice is basing. I was asked, could it keep moving higher? I mean, it's kind of basing a little bit here over that magic 15. I call it magic 15 over the whole number. But it's got a big topping tail here, bottoming tail here. So right now, it's hard to judge if it's going to take off. I would only take this if you got a big volume pop. All right, so I'm going to put an alert up here, 560, right where the alert happened in the option scanner. Okay, again, the little struggle for FBIO to get through 5. I don't know if they're still in that in that one. Was it JB? Who's our WSB guy in the room monitoring it? Is it JB? There you go. No, but JB is he's our man in the WSB room. We're monitoring it, okay? Okay, guys, this FTCV getting really close here to breaking out. Just got to take this out right here. Near channel, I know, top of the channel. Diska? Yeah, see, it really hasn't broken out yet. All right, guys, I just want to do a confirmation that it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room starting at noon, getting close. All right, guys, I am out of the FGen, basically flat. I got a little bit greedy, probably should have taken the move down, so I'm out of the FGen flat. A little bit greedy here, had a little bit of about 30 cents. I was hoping it would maybe get down to, these levels here, but okay, out of the FGen flat. Yeah, it's only I only have I think I have 3 on this one. I can't remember what I'm using on this channel for the channel. I'm not sure. Now this is this is a gap down in reverse. This could go positive. Let's see. I mean, a gap down and reverse AMRS. All right, next on Reel's Hit Parade is JFin. Another, I think it's a NFT, guys. They have not been super active. We had the HOFV this morning and DLPN, but they really didn't keep their gains. I haven't even looked at TCAT. Yeah. So CGC came back. CGC came back, and it's in indefinite bounce mode now over that whole number 29. I guess it has room to 30. It's had a bit of a resurgence. Now I think the news was they were buying. Yeah, to buy rival. What's it called? Somebody mentioned that Supreme Cannabis. For $256 million. So it's a cash and stock deal. That's typically what happens, you know. Company buys another company. They have to issue some stock. It's cash and stock. So typically that's what happens. Price drops. Existing shareholders don't like the fact that their positions are being diluted. Though we've seen many, many cases where, you know, the acquiring company actually moves higher also. I read something that they're let's see, Thursday, I read something that they were postponing. I know I read something this morning about DLPN. Because it doesn't, well, maybe they did have earnings after hours. I mean, is this after hours? That's 3:45. That's 4. So something about maybe it's their call. I know I read somewhere where they were postponing it, I think today, their earnings call today, I thought anyway. And I'm talking about DLPN. Okay, guys, now here's a word. So if you're in a trade like this, okay, so remember I was just showing you how you can take a trade, APRE, put a stop in, etc., okay? And at one point, you know, I was up $475, okay? Now I'm up 285. This again in the simulator. So if you're watching, you know, like a hawk, like you should be, treating it like it's your real money, my impression is that, you know, when you start seeing this, you know, even if you check out, I'm going to get out of the trade, okay? I'm just going to flatten the trade. But, you know, again, if you're treating this like it's your real money, you know, for me, the minute this started happening, I'd be taking out at least half, okay? So this is a gauge. This can tell you, you know, while I was in the trade, the most I could have made was $475. That's if I got out right at the peak here at 568. So I closed it out for $290. I mean, that's not terrible, okay? So I always like to see these two. How good was my exit? You know, I left a little bit of money on the table here in the simulator, okay? This is the other one I like to have up and running because now this is telling me the distance from the exit price. So right now, this is 3 cents under. Now, obviously, what you'd love to see is a big negative number, which is going to tell you, okay, you know what? I got out in time. You don't want to see a big positive number. When I say you don't want to see, I mean this can just be kind of a tool to help you see how good are your exits. You know, that's the challenge, really. You know, getting into a trade is easy. Getting out is the difficult part. You know, when to get out. That's the difficult part. You know, getting in is easy. So again, that's why I like to have these two, these three. Well, obviously the closed, but what the max was, and then what is the distance. Yeah, choppy action, guys. Very choppy action. Yeah, cannabis play. There we go. There's your news for moving higher. Company granted patent titled cannabinoids. Hey, I pronounced it right. So, okay, I do see that Porch, PRCH, showed up on the scanner. Again, I just don't like the daily chart. There's just, in my opinion, there's just too much resistance not that far away. Well, highs. I mean, again, whether that really is resistance. I mean, if it could ever get through here, maybe, but I mean, so even though, this is appearing in the scanner, you have to kind of check it out and see, well, where could it go? Well, the next high looking left is 1777. It's not that far, from 1745. I'm wanting to see things on the daily and the weekly and the monthly with a lot more room that it could possibly run. So just because it's showing up on the scanner, it doesn't mean that it's gold, Jerry. I'm glad somebody got it. Yeah, I don't pay attention to that one, Sam, the 50-day. I'm not saying that's not a bad thing to do, but it just doesn't have enough room for me. And I'm liking to see things, well, depending on the price of the stock, of course, that has, the potential to really keep running. Oh, I see. Well, it's possible. Okay, yeah, I just got a confirmation. It'll be Jamie in the YouTube room starting at noon. I'll pop that link in. I'll be taking a break in about 15 minutes, I guess. I got to figure out what stock I'm going to talk about. Yeah, I only like to talk about a stock of the day that I've talked about in the room, and most of them I've been in it, so I don't. Yeah, you're right. I could pick any stock and talk about it that really did well, but that's kind of, well, I don't want to say defeats the purpose, but that's not fair. What is this HDSN? Let's take a look left here. 220, 216, 225. Well, this is an interesting one, guys. This HDSN, fairly low float. I don't know if there's any news on it or not, but obviously beaten up. Getting, it's look at that monthly chart. Look at the weekly chart. So it's above these highs now. Looking left, I mean, as a potential, I don't know if it's going to move anymore today. It's up 8%. It's not much. No, it's not much, but I'm just looking left here. 220 and 216 and 225. If it can get through those levels, I mean, it's got a lot of room. Is HDSN. So you might want to put that on your radar. Maybe put a 230 price alert. See if it takes it out. And for those of you who are interested in swinging things, I mean, this has a lot of room. It's just sort of a trend reversal in effect. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Give me about 2 or 3 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, maybe my stock of the day is going to be FTCV. We'll sit to see if it can keep moving here. Yeah, there's that, the FBIO definitely stalling, trying to get through that $50 or $5 mark or level. Yeah, Archon, you guys have been talking about Archon, and yeah, well, it's got some room. Let's see, looking left, 985 is the next high looking left. Low float, China stock. Well, somebody mentioned in the other room also, in the YouTube room, I think. All right, ATNF, I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, the alert was at 9. It popped up to, 945. It is still kind of in play, ATNF. Low float, 9 million in the float. Remember, the pre-market high was way up here at 1030. It is a cannabis play. NTST, guys. NTST maybe getting ready again. So they did a financing, and at 18, where are my notes here? 1865 financing. So it's a couple of dollars above it, almost a couple of dollars above it. It actually got way up here to 20, well, not way up, but 2076. So it looks like it's, and boy, it's really acting well, considering it did do a financing. It's an all-time high. Well, this is the all-time high up here, of course. All right. Well, somebody was talking about BSIG earlier. So this is a gap up and go. What's the spread like on this? That's not terrible. 2-cent spread. There looks like, I mean, crazy action in the pre-market. High at 22, high at 22. A couple little spots up here. Doesn't look like there was any volume really. The FTCV doesn't look like it's just too choppy. Okay, so JFIN maybe now starting its fade. 835, it got up to 835. Maybe too much support, not that far away. This BSIG is, if there's any news on it. Morgan Stanley upgraded Brightsphere Investment Group with a $30 price target. Okay, so there is your news, I guess, for BSIG. Morgan Stanley, anybody else? Let's see. Just Morgan Stanley upgraded them with a very aggressive $30 price target. All-time high now. Well, you're right, Real. Your new scan doesn't give very many alerts, which is okay. Boy, BSIG guys is really starting to move now. Once it took out that 20. As is AMRS. So where I'm getting these from, this gap continuation or reverse. So, this was AMRS was a gap down and reverse. So it gapped down and reversed, and now it went positive. So this was negative and reversed. And this is the gap up and go for BSIG. Again, this is scan that I am talking about. I am sharing. I'll give it to you. Save Real the work. He just added a 1 hour Bollinger Band, and he upped the 15-minute from 160% to 200%, and he added the 1 hour. So you're not going to get very many alerts. Well, you won't get as many, certainly. So here it is. So here they are side by side. You have the same alerts here, because there's the VMAR down, where is it? No, I know here, down here, okay? But all these other ones don't meet the filter requirements of this new one. So you won't get very many alerts. But, his theory was that, of course, it might be more quality alerts. Just one moment, please. All right, everybody, 11:56 now, so I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. And so I better put my announcement in. I'll be taking my break. Oh, he's streaming now. Okay, I see you, Jamie. Okay. Hi, Jamie. So I'll stop my stream right now and have fun for the hour.
Okay, hello everybody. I think that was a successful handoff. Welcome to my desktop. I'll be your host for the next hour. My name's Jamie, and I'll do my best to answer any questions that you have about trade ideas. So if somebody could just let me know in the chat panel that you can see and hear me okay, that would be fantastic. And I'm just trying to... Okay, just trying to get my buttons all working here. And where's my pen? There it is. Thank you very much, Seth. All right, kind of an interesting little morning that we've had here in the markets. Interesting, some observations. Market continues just to kind of grind higher. Did pop that new all-time high earlier, but just by a smidge right up here. And the market's held up pretty strong. But if you're like me and a lot of other traders out there, maybe some of your long holdings aren't adhering to this pattern. Seems like here lately, even though the market's up, A lot of stocks will pull back pretty hard during the open and then slowly grind it back for the rest of the day. Perfect example would be, let's see here. Good example here, Marathon Petroleum. Little gap down, smash it down to here, slow grind up for the rest of the day, perhaps to where we closed. RF, more of the same. Slam it down pretty good on the open. Rattle the trees, get a few people to say, you know what, I give up, and grind it right back up for the rest of the day. All while the market is just holding strong up here. So it is a challenging trading environment. Anytime we get up to these levels right here, it certainly does not make things any easier. All right, so just keep in mind if you have any questions about anything TI related, go ahead and pop them into the questions panel. What are my thoughts on CCIV? Ooh, if my memory serves me correctly, that is one of the SPACs, right, that had a huge run. Yeah, well, let's see here. We have to go back a little bit in time. All right, so here we are looking at the daily. Let me just squish this guy over here a little bit. CCIV, focus on the name, Churchill Capital Corp. One of the SPACs that kind of led the whole SPAC movement here, just taking this monster run from around $9-10 all the way up to right about 65 before getting slammed back down. Now, what are my thoughts on it right now? Well, we seem to be close to this little area that has apparently acted as support here, here, and is looking like perhaps it will come back down here and test this one more time. So high flyer, deflated, support is holding up here. Once again, who knows what's going to happen here. If it comes back down here again, might be a good little, bottom pick with the risk tolerance clearly defined. If it ever does get a little bit of steam behind it and can crack this level here, well, then we might take a little up spike again. But in this channel right here is, lays it out pretty well as far as areas of interest go. So we're either going to come down here and hold, could come down here and break down lower. If we do hold here and come up here and test these levels, we might get a little pop back up to, anywhere in this area would probably be fair game. But the, getting back to the whole SPAC phenomenon, that was a flash in the pan. It didn't last near as long as myself and a lot of other people thought it might. But it seems like in this market, it's always something new every week. After we had the SPAC phenomenon, then we had the NFT or non-fungible tokens and the exchanges that deal in those items. Now it's kind of going to sleep again as well. So, volume on the SPY today, pretty lackluster. Check out this relative volume over here. 6.66 of normal. Looks like everything is kind of toeing that line with below average volume. IWM coming in the closest to normal at a 0.93 there. Now, I'm catching this symbol action right here coming through my window. And it's not that good setups aren't out there. They're just few and far between right now. And with the breakouts, it seems like, man, you can take 2 or 3 that look exactly the same. One will go. 2 might go. But if you just pick 1 out of 2, it's kind of like a coin flip here. Even though the charts might look identical, 1 will go, 1 will not. That seems to be the market that we're in right now. But what I liked about this ZIM, and of course, I was not paying attention, so I did not get it, but I wish I would have. When ZIM came through, here we are looking at the intraday on the 15-minute candles. And notice how it sets up real nice here after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about an hour and a half. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we break out right here. Okay, That is a nice clean entry just on an intraday basis. But when we focus our attention over here, we've got the same pattern that might go. Okay, so breakout level right here, looking right at the 27.21 level. And then if you get in here and get this lift with some really nice manageable risk here, what might happen on the daily that did happen? The same type of pattern that we have right here is also playing out on another time frame. So we get a nice break on the 15-minute intraday, nice entry, nice risk management right here. If we would have taken this trade right here, probably would have used the low of the prior 15-minute candle as a stop loss. Yeah, got about halfway there, or not actually. Once it went through, never retraced, and then we had the corresponding breakout on the daily. Nice. So when you can see a pattern on the intraday and then a potential identical pattern not too far away, or sometimes they're happening simultaneously. But this one was a little bit of lag, but it did pop through, which gives you a lot of confidence. And the volume in Zim, not exactly lackluster. A little over 3.5 on the relative scale, which is plenty of juice. And 4, not quite as pretty, but the same thing playing out here. And we could just mark this off right here. Notice what might happen if we did get the lift over here. Opening range breakout here. Nice little doji right here, telling us that, sellers tried to take it down, but they could not. Following a 15-minute candle, we get that breakout, a little move higher, corresponding with an all-time high over here. Now, for this one, we do need a close at or above the current levels to really give this pattern some validity. So we'll see what happens for the rest of the day. But very similar to what we had going on over here with Zim. A lot of things coming through here today. But once again, VUSI, been on the radar for a while here. Going to need a close above this level to keep that thing strong. Just didn't have the nice flattened out opening range break to give us entry on the intraday, with hopes of what might happen on the daily. Little comment I was making earlier about a lot of stocks got slammed down on the open, only to have them grind back up slowly for the remainder of the day. Give you a little peek at my Brokerage Plus, which is connected to E-Trade, which, by the way, the E-Trade Brokerage Plus connection is now live in our latest beta version, available for download on the website. So now you can connect to E-Trade. So what you see here is just a little test plotter that I have. It is a real, it is a live account. Just doing some small positions on not only the trade of the week, which is RF, which is holding up. I really like the candle that was put in today. This little doji, all right. Hopefully we'll get a nice clean close above that 10 period, and we'll see what happens tomorrow. So that's what RF is the trade of the week. But the rest of these positions, the other 5, are the first issuance of the TI strength alerts, which were sent out Monday. So I'm thinking to myself, let's go ahead and allocate a small amount of capital into each one of these plays and see how we end up. And in a nutshell, these things are designed to be purchased on the Monday that the plays were issued, and the goal is to hold them until the next Monday. And then you can make your decision to exit, put in stop losses. But at the same time, we're going to have a new batch of strength plays coming out on the following Monday. But that's the way they're designed, Monday to Monday. So all in all, holding up pretty well. But getting back to what I was saying, this equity curve here tells the story. Slam them down on the open, slow grind back up the rest of the day, and now we're in the money. And of course, on a low volume day, Yeah, I'll take that action. This also is a good lesson about stops in the opening 15 minutes. MPC, big nasty red candle after the gap down. This is pretty commonplace. So a lot of us old trader guys here, we don't even really, unless our stops are way, we'll pull a lot of our stops in the first 15 minutes because this algorithmic action happens a lot, only to see them snap back up. Yeah, for RF, kind of going back here, let's see. Trade of the week, it's been holding up. Market's got to cooperate a little bit. So, as Mr. Steve Gomez indicated when the trade of the week went out, the stop loss here was to not let the stock close below the 50 period, okay, which is the pink line here. So, I'm willing to give this one all the way down, but was kind of hoping the 10 period would come into play and catch it, which so far so good on the 10 period. That's a good question because the market's a little tricky as of late. And, myself, along with a lot of the other traders here, on the last trade of the week, we got a little bit impatient. Got out a little early, I think, Wednesday, Thursday, only to see it do its thing in those last couple of days of the week. So I'm just trying to be extra patient this week as far as the RF trade of the week goes. Still has potential. Yeah, we'll just have to see what happens tomorrow, Islam. We'll just have to see what happens tomorrow. I like how it's holding up today. I like the 10 period action, the nice wick down below. So yeah, I'm going to give it a little bit longer. But of course, that decision is up to each and every trader. Risk tolerances, all that good stuff. Hey, what's up, Mike? Always good to see you, buddy. Seth is asking about skills. It's been beat down. Any thoughts on a rebound? So let's pull that guy up. All right, looks like something that's been coming out of the consolidation top list that I've been watching. Where did I put that guy? Well, we'll just pull it out of the cloud here. Then we'll take a little peek at skills. Let's just see if he's on the list right now. SSS. Oh, well, got to go alphabetical here if I want to see. Okay, I'm not seeing it, but doesn't matter. Probably one of the filters is just slightly off. But just squishing this thing all the way up. That's the daily. Let's just confirm on the weekly as well. Probably going to see the same thing. Yeah, just want to make sure I was seeing everything here. So, get back to daily here. All right. So obviously this thing is consolidating down here. This is the bottom for this stock. So we're just going to put a line here. All right, going all the way back to what appears to be its first day of trading in December 17, 2020. Well, the good thing about skills, it has been, well, I'm not saying it's good that it's been beat down, but what's good about this is the risk level, if you're going to try to bottom fish this thing, is clearly definable. All right, the low of that candle, 1676. Low of this one was 1650. So if I was going to play this thing with a real tight stop, I'd probably use the low, or maybe, depending on your comfort level, a little bit outside of this low. If it breaks all-time lows, well then buyers are not coming back when you thought they were. So it's best to get out. But just from a very simplistic standpoint here, this is the level of interest right here. We are off the bottom here. So, pretty small risk if you want to take a chance on bouncing skills here. Probably get away with risking, let's see, 16.39. That'd be 11 cents. A little under a point if you really wanted to give it some room. But chances are, if this thing busts to the downside and has some heavy volume behind it, well, it's probably going to be coming through my ticker over here, turbo down, family, no support, because that's what this window is geared up for. It's for when these things actually break to the downside, set all-time lows, because if it does, let's just pretend it does pop through, and we look to the left to try to find areas of support. There are none. PLR, or I'm assuming Islam, you meant PLTR, right? Instead of PLRT. I don't think the other one is stock. Let's see. Right. Okay. Yeah, I just got those two letters confused. Okay. PLRT. Let's take a look at bingo. Yeah, and these are all coming down to levels of potential support, right? So bingo, we're looking right here. Notice we've already got the auto-populating swing exit right here. So kind of along the same lines as Seth's question about skills, even though this one is not at all-time lows, this red line here is clearly an area of potential support, right? So, whether you wait for this thing to cycle down, get a better price, maybe you take some here, if it comes down, you average in, but using this level here or slightly outside as your exit in case the thing doesn't do what you think it's going to do. Plug. All these electric vehicle stocks are down here basing as well. All right. Level of potential support right here, already drawn in for you in the form of a swing exit. A lot of us were talking about ride here as well, doing the same thing right here. So, the EV stocks were hot and heavy, darlings of the market for a while. All good things come to an end, got sold off, but now we're forming some very interesting bottoming patterns here. So yeah, all of those things are going to be doing pretty similar. All the stocks are going to be doing pretty similar things there, Islam. In keeping in theory with these bottoming patterns, as I said earlier, Michael Noss brought up the fact that this support top list has been producing some pretty good plays, and if we scan through here, we're going to see more of the same types of patterns, right? Hey, no big surprise here. The pot stocks all bottoming out or coming to levels of potential support as well. Not necessarily at all-time lows. But notice way back here in this area, that area of what was resistance became support here, and now is doing it again right down here. So if you're trying to bottom pick some of these pot stocks, now might be a good time to do so. Now, this is going to be showing us things that are exhibiting bottoming patterns. They're not all going to look the same. Some are going to be prettier than others for sure. Or not necessarily bottoming patterns, I'm sorry, but support patterns. SU, Suncor Energy. Once again, the swing exit pretty much pointing out the area that could show us a little bit of support here. But this guy is kind of right in the middle here. A lot of ways to manipulate this top list. We've got change from the close, change from the close. But what about things that might be backing off? Change from the open might be an interesting column to add to this. We'll just say change from the open. We'll show the column. Also, too, what about some options activity? Options volume today, percent. Let's add that column. Whoops. Wrong button. So we can say, okay, things that might be at areas of support, we could resort by change from the open to see the ones that have been moving down to those levels of potential support. Interesting. Just pulled this one up at random. TMDX. Notice the red line here again. Swing exit. Wicks right below it. Snaps back up. So if we get a nice close above that level right there, we wanted to take a long on this one, we could use the bottom of that wick as our exit, taking a small risk in hopes of a larger return. Let's see. So this is one way to find good things that have pulled back, or potentially good things that have pulled back since the open, moving down to these areas that could act as nice support levels. We could also go, okay, which one of these stocks that might be good bounce candidates or breaking out of support. Of course, it could always break down from support as well. Options. Okay, here's one that looked as though it might find some support here, of course, dipping down. Of course, I think we opened, let's see, I think that was an opening, 1574. Yeah, we opened below support right about 1574 and then regained that level. Of course, we'd have to bring in these, this little area of chop right here. Notice that perfectly corresponds with what it did on this day right here. So lots of good ways to manipulate this support top list. And I tell you what, if anybody might have an interest here, I'll just drop it on into the chat panel. You guys can take a peek, play around with it. So there's a little bit of everything going on in market conditions like this, ladies and gents. It's just slowing down, taking the time to find them. This little top list right here, big ups and downs, I handed this out, I don't know, it might have been 2 or 3 weeks ago in one of the office hours webinars. And these will come and go. This was a really interesting example from what I like to look for on this stock. Notice I've got this one sorted by change previous day. So I'm wanting to see things that took sizable downturns yesterday. CIX yesterday had a bad day. This is not the pattern that I'm looking for, but this ears is the only one I saw today that fit what I'm looking for. Okay, so yesterday, and keep in mind, this stock opened at 336. So I'll go ahead and drag this line down to 336. There we go. Okay, so notice yesterday, okay, it's telling me ears was down 3% yesterday. So then when I see something that has a down candle for yesterday, what I do is I look at the prior day. Okay, so yesterday it was down 3%. What did yesterday look like? And what I like to look for is a green candle where the red down day yesterday is inside of this candle. And we can see, of course, easily inside of the 6th. And then what I look for is a penetration of that high. Okay, and you can see right here, once that high of the prior day before the red day was breached, we got a nice run from 352 all the way up to 438. So when you see a red day inside of the green prior day right there, using the high of that green day can often point us to some pretty good little intraday rippers, and some of these can also turn into nice little swing trades as well. A couple of weeks ago, there were about 2 or 3 or 4 of these a day. Now it's kind of dried up. If we take a look at some of the other ones, yeah, we did have a red day yesterday, but I didn't have a big green bar, and this one is certainly not inside of a green bar. Yeah, if you're talking about the ears and the where I would be interested in getting long, we had a down day yesterday that was inside of the prior green day, right? So just the high of this candle right here, which was 353, right up here at this level, all right? Notice what the stock did when it went up there and reclaimed that level. Took a nice point run, almost a point run on a $4 stock there. Can you check the first 4 candles? Which 4 candles, Islam? Are you talking about ears and these 4 candles, or which 4 candles are you talking about there? Ah, okay. So once again, this is what we're looking for. If this thing's telling me, hey, ears was down 3% yesterday, okay? So are you talking about this being the third and this being the 4th candle? I'm not really clear on that, okay? So all in all, the pattern is what you're seeing right here, okay? I'm only looking at these 3 candles. The prior day, and then the day before the prior day, was it green? And is this candle inside of this candle? Meaning simply, does this candle's high and low fit within the high and low of the prior day? Okay. Oh, you're talking about over here. Yeah, these don't even come into the equation when I'm looking for setups on this window. If you're talking, if this is candle 1, 2, 3, 4, if you're talking about these being 5 and 6, just so I understand what you're talking about. Just trying to figure out if this is what you're calling candle 5 and 6. But all I'm really concerned about is this inside candle right here being inside of this candle. And then once this level right here is hit, a lot of the times these things take nice little runs there. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're talking about these guys? Yeah. Anything outside of here isn't really a concern when we're looking at this type of play right here. And as I said earlier, don't really see a whole lot of those lately. Now you can try to be preemptive, right? You can, okay, for example, I flipped the list now to show me things that had big green days yesterday. Okay, well, look what's shaping up here. Okay, if this thing closes the day without breaching the low of that candle or breaching the high, which unless something crazy happens, I don't think that it will, then we've got one to watch for tomorrow. Because if this candle closes red, it doesn't even necessarily have to be red, it's just that a lot of the times they are. If we get an inside candle here, then this one could get really interesting when we break the high here, or this candle body up here. So you can try to get ones to watch for tomorrow before relying on the down red day. It's basically just a big move the prior day, next day is an inside candle, and then waiting to see if those levels get breached again. It's very simple. That's why I like it. Islam, are you just asking me what my daily is? Because I can, I'm just showing a portion of the daily, right? Thoughts on Rice? Yeah, let's pull up Rice. Oh, another SPAC, I'm assuming. Rice Acquisition Corp. And this is what you hope for in a SPAC. You find the ones that are basing out where you can accept small risk and you hope for a gap. So that happened on Rice, looks like today. Reminds me of one that I was in a while back. I can't remember the ticker off the top of my head where I got in and got the gap up. It seems like you can trade these things, once they come to life here. But I've talked to a lot of people that just find the ones that are basing out. You know that if you get into it, you got limited downside here based on, the area that could act as potential support, and you hope for the gap. So apparently Rice had its birthday today with the big gap, and is apparently, yeah, and that's the entire history for Rice. So that previous high was 1408, and we're currently at all-time highs at 1436. Now, what's going to happen after today? Love to tell you, have no idea. You know, got that candle out there hanging in space, but as long as we get a close in this area right here, then we might get some sideways action, you know, or we might have more upside action. Or come tomorrow, might decide it wants to fill the gap. But if you were in that one, congratulations. Check out the volume in this one today. And your eyes aren't fooling you. That is 2.3 thousand. Okay, so that's a lot of relative volume. This little guy's only been squeaking out about 100,000 a day, and now it's kicked out almost 90 million shares. Oh, how about that? The float's only 23 million. So this float has turned over 4 times today. So when you see a float turning over 4 times at this level right here, you can't say, I know what's going to happen, but we might get some few days of consolidation above that level if we get a strong close. This might be a new level of support, okay? But I know that some of these SPACs, once they pop, a lot of the times they give it back. Can't say that this one's going to do that, but just based on my experience and some of the ones that I've seen in the past, oh yeah, that one symbol just came back to me in GAC. Okay, case in point. I found this one, and its birthday was only on the 8th. That's the first day of trading back there. I found this one when it was in this little consolidation area. I think I got into it somewhere around, I can't remember exactly, but I think I had to wait about, I think I was in it for a couple of weeks before it popped. So it was somewhere back in here, right? And then one day, clickety click, click, click. It just went. Now, look what it did after that. Came all the way back down, all right? Did I sell the top? Nope. Did I make some money? Yeah. Did I play it as well as I wanted to? No. Because that was when the SPAC rage was still going, and of course, as somebody pointed out earlier, we'd just seen what CCIV had done. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, now it's my turn. But didn't turn out quite as well as I had hoped. Still a good gain, but it wasn't any CCIV. So just keep in mind, they can come right back down just like they went up. How do you calculate float? Okay, good question. So notice my single stock window down here. Okay, looking at NGAC, the float is 37 million shares. The float, the float is the amount of shares that are out there for trading. Okay, so you can have shares outstanding be larger than the float. Case in point right here. Shares outstanding on the company are 46.88 million, but the tradable float is only 37.5 million. The difference between here and here are probably insider shares that are locked up that aren't available for public trading. So all of the floats for all the publicly traded companies are out there, so that you really don't have to calculate them. You can just pull the float up immediately. But that's available through our system. And anytime you want float added to, say, a scan or a top list, it's a readily available filter. And all we have to do is come in here, if I can type properly, find that float filter. Of course, we have short float as well. but for shares outstanding in the float, all we have to do is add it as a column or add it to one of our scans, and we can quickly see what the float size is for any issue. Now, while we're on the topic of float, you can see here some companies have small floats. This little guy's only got a 10 million share float, whereas if we sort the list by the other way, you got 129 million here, 10 million here. So you can have huge floats and you can have small floats, but typically the smaller the float, when volume comes into a smaller float stock, you're going to get quicker price action, up or down. So with the smaller the float, when the volume comes in, the more likely that stock is to have a big move one way or the other. The larger the float, it takes a little bit more time. Well, the condition is that's how many shares are available for public trading. Okay, so it's going to be different for every company. If I just randomly click through some of the Holly trades today, BKI, focusing on this window here, there's no calculating of the float. It's just going to tell you it's a static metric. Okay, in the float of BKI, there are 151.91 million shares available for trading. Now, we get this information from the exchanges, and they'll update it accordingly every, I don't know how often they update the float, but if a company makes more shares available for trading, that's the only time the float would ever go up. What is the ideal number for the float? Well, I wouldn't say there's an ideal number for a float, because stocks with huge floats can go up just like stocks with small floats. But the factor is, when buying comes into a low float stock, then the move up or down can happen a lot more quickly. Okay, a lot of people like to focus on low float stocks, and here at Trade Ideas, amongst myself and the other traders that we have here, typically a low float stock we're going to call a float of 20 million shares or less. Okay, and we've got a channel for that. It's been a while since I checked it out, but let me see if I can find it here. Doody doody doo, where is it? Explosive winners, enjoy the show. Hmm. I could have swore we had a low float channel, but hey, no big deal. I've got plenty of low float scans in my cloud, I think. Hey, I see your question about the TI strength there. I'll drop a link in the chat in just a second here. Let me see if I can find a good example. Fingers getting ahead. Low float stocks making moves. Low float winners pull back, pulling back. Okay, let's just take a look at this top list here. And let me find the TI Strength Index where you can sign up for it, and I'll drop it in there for you. Just give me a second here. Want to make sure I'm sending it to the right area. Alrighty, I found it. Give me 1 second here. It's one of Michael's links that I'm going to drop in here, and it's long, so I'm just going to shorten it for everybody. Okay, for any of you guys or gals interested in signing up for the strength alerts, you can do so with that link. Now, a quick word about what's happening with the strength alerts and the accompanying newsletter that's going to show up with these strength alerts every Monday. If you're not a subscriber, you can sign up for the strength alerts for 17 bucks a month. You'll also get the accompanying newsletter. If you're an existing subscriber, hopefully in the next few days, we're going to be adding, unless they snuck it in here on me today, a strength channel over here, which if you're an existing subscriber, you'll be able to see all of the plays in the strength channel. But if you're not a subscriber, you can sign up for the $17 plan just to get the strength alerts. So hopefully that makes sense. All right, so real quick here before I move on to your question there, James, getting back to Islam's question, low floats. Now here's a low float top list looking for stocks that have been pulling back. And if you check out the float column over here, you're going to notice, just from a quick glance here, it looks like the biggest one that I'm seeing is right about 25 million shares. Now let's see if the filter is in there capping that. Kind of sounds like it is, but we'll see. Yeah, I'm not seeing any no max on the float here. It just must jive with the filter set. But as you can see, biggest float that we're seeing here is not quite, looks like 30, close to 30 million is the biggest float. On the other side of the coin, TYHT, only 3 million shares available. So when volume comes into these mega low floaters like 3 million, 1 million shares, you can really get some explosive moves very quickly. Is there a way to create an alert that isn't preset? Like a 60-minute volume bar alert where the volume is, let's say, 4% greater than the average 60-minute bar. Well, we do have filters for that. And let me just duplicate this alert window here, and we shall take a peek. Okay. Okay, so unfortunately, notice what I did here, James. Volume filters. So we've got them on every time frame except the one that you wanted. Notice there's no 60-minute here. These only go up to 30 minutes. Which, for some reason, I thought we had a 60-minute version. Let's take a look at your example here. MAT. Good old Mattel. Now we're talking about the hourly candle here. Okay, yeah, I see exactly what you're talking about because it looks very similar to what I saw in, let's see, what was it? That's MAT, MTC. You know, here's RF. Notice what it did on the open. Okay, MPC was doing the same thing, except sellers couldn't keep it down, and we had a big wick down to there, but very similar to what you see in the opening hour of Mattel. Okay, and of course we did have some substantial volume in there. But getting back to your question, when the volume is, let's say, 4% greater than the average 60-minute bar. Yeah, and I was going to go to the volume filters, like I said, James, but you know, we max out at the 30-minute candle there. Not saying that you might not, if you looked at the first 30-minute candle, then you're going to have a second 30-minute candle just as severe there. But unfortunately, we run out at the 30-minute candle there. But let's take a look what was going on the daily. Hey, why, if we're just looking at intraday, why did we stop here? Okay, well, looking at the daily, it appears to me that the 50 up here caught it. Okay, the pink line here, right? So notice where we are here. Nice little bouncy bounce right off of the 50 period SMA, right? And of course, big sellers on the open. Now the volume on the smaller time frames ever since that flurry has kind of shriveled up down to nothing. Now, James, to your question, I know that this is not what you asked, but sometimes that big move down is going to be correlated to volume. So there is a chance that you might be able to find similar plays in that opening hour using the change in 60-minute filter, right? So for example, if we just added that as a column in a top list, this might not be the best top list, but we'll see what happens. You could always attach this and look for things with large moves down. Well, see, we're just not, like I said, I didn't think that would be the best top list, but let me get a different one up here. Okay, so here's just kind of a generic top list looking at volume levels. Of course, you're probably not interested in the 5 and the 10 or the 1. But we could try that here with some bigger, more liquid stocks. Just go change. And then we can quickly find any stock that's had a significant move down in the prior. Well, okay. It's identifying this candle here, coming down from here all the way down to here. Nice wick up there. But this is a good way to find things of that nature. Now, if you're only interested in the opening 1 hour, we could go back in history and see what was happening here. Of course, top list only show history in 5-minute increments, so I don't know if this is going to work that well. But if we looked at an hour into the open, which would be 9:30 my time, we'll just take a peek here and see. Okay, BNSO. Another GLSI looking very similar here to what you saw in Mattel. GLSI, MAT, GLSI. Doing the same thing as well. Let's look at Indo. Okay, more of the same right here. You see what I'm talking about there, James? Just by looking at this metric in a top list when at the close of that first hour. And more times than not, when you see a big red bar like this, you're typically going to have a lot of volume with it. Good question on the strength index. I got the email on Monday because obviously I'm, part of the crew, but it was the first email. So I'm not sure how they handled our user database on that, if they just sent out an introductory email. But as long as you click that link and get on the email list, then you should get the ones for next Monday. Yeah, James, all I did is I just took a pretty generic top list here. And when I say generic, I'm just talking about the filtering that is here. Okay, I'm waiting. Can I have my filters, please? All right, well, I don't know why it's making me wait here. Let's try to, okay, finally. When I say simple filter set, kind of hard to get any more simple than this. Stocks between 5 and 150. Had to have done 500,000 shares average over the past 5 days. And then all I did is add the change in 60-minute column. Okay. Now, we're currently not in real time, so if I put it back in real time, okay, this is current. So if I click on Archon, it's going to be identifying this candle here, big move down in the hourly. But getting back to your point, what would this thing have shown me an hour after the open today? So to get that information, after I add the column change in 60-minute percentage, we right click, we go to time frame, we say use historical data. So I'm in the Central Standard Time Zone, market opens at 8:30. So I want to see what the list looked like an hour into the open. And then boom, that's what gives me BNSO, GLSI, Endo Pharmaceutical. Notice how these all look very similar to the Mattel chart, right? So it's surprisingly simple, right? There's always a couple different ways to skin a cat. You know, at first you thought, well, I need volume to find that thing. Well, typically volume is going to accompany a big move down in an hour. So I think you'll be able to find them just like this using the change in 60-minute. When that first hour's up, you just look here, and these are going to be all your candidates. All right, glad you like it. And the market doing its thing, slowly grinding up. Let's go back to the 15-minute. SPY kind of keeping in tradition. Big red candle. Notice the 10 period in full control today. No problem, James. Glad your solution was simple. All right, haven't even talked about Holly today, but Holly, let's see, on the 100 share level, just kind of treading water today. Up a little bit if we summed up all the numbers over here, up a smidge. But these are all assuming 100 shares per trade, which most people that trade the AI aren't just going to do 100 shares. For example, all of the numbers that you see on my screen are based around risking $100 per trade, not necessarily doing 100 shares. And if we cycle through the numbers over here, it'll show us what we're up in the various risk modes. So if I'm taking the AI's exit recommendations in conservative mode, risking $100, taking all these trades, up $154, but that does not include slippage, right, or missed fills. If I'm taking a little bit more risk, I'm losing a smidge today. And if I'm taking a lot of risk, I'm making less than I would in conservative mode. Which, by the way, aggressive is just getting into everything and hoping that it holds up until the close, which isn't really recommended, but we just like to make that data available to the users for informational purposes. You got to have a stop loss, ladies and gents. If we were right all the time, that would be super fantastic, but we are not. We just want our winners to hopefully be bigger than our losers over time, and in order for that to happen, we have to use adequate risk management, and that comes in the form of a stop loss. All right, just doing a little time check here, about 5 minutes until the top of the hour. So Mr. Barry will be coming back at some point in time. And the market is still sleeping. Boy, look at these volume levels right here. A value of 100 would be normal for these smaller time frames, but we're well below normal on all the smaller time frames. And that's fine with me for now. Okay, the question is it possible to use some brokerage plus strategies for Forex pairs trading on Interactive Brokers account? Unfortunately, I do not think so, because it's geared towards equities. We're simply not getting that feed. And for example, if I pulled up PHG and I was like, ooh, I'm going to buy some, I could easily just right click on my chart, go to trade, and execute using any of my algos that I've programmed in Brokerage Plus. Okay, but since we're not getting data for Forex, then unfortunately, Bozo, that is not going to be possible. Only U.S. equities and some Canadian equities. Well, can't necessarily say you could execute Canadian equities if they're traded on the U.S. exchange, yeah. But sometimes the symbols differ, so that can make it a little bit difficult. But definitely no on the Forex. MPC, notice how it wicked through its potential level of support. Fortunately, this thing did act as support, and hopefully we'll get a close up here. Maybe tomorrow's the day where we gravitate back up to these areas here on Marathon. Of course, that's an oil stock, so it's kind of gonna go with the rest of the crowd there. RF looking nice and strong. We've already popped our intraday high. 10 period looking like it's acting as the support mechanism. OHI reclaiming its 10 period. Hercules Capital. This one's been a nice little steady performer as it creeps back up into all-time high territory. Let's look at the weekly on this one. Not quite. Well, that is close. Yeah, there we go. So we're not quite to all-time highs on Hercules. We got to go a little bit further back, but it's looking like 17-ish change, 1725 or so. A few good days and we could see that. Ango not doing too bad either. As you can see, not too far away from its ATH. Of course, I say not too far. 24.36 up to about 25.63. I do believe that's all-time high. But if you really want to go back further, yep, there's the monthly. How about that monthly on ENTG? Quite the breakout from the $40 level. Pull back, but then boom. Only a 3x increase there. I love to zoom out sometimes because check out RF on the monthly, okay? Whole different viewpoint right here, right? That doesn't look too shabby at all. We got a young stock here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not even a year old. Now, of course, these are monthly candles, right? But I still like to use that anchored VWAP, try to find interesting levels, whether it's the monthly or the daily. So monthly anchored VWAP. Notice how 1, 2, 3, 4 for about 5 months, that anchored VWAP, anchored to the first month of trading, acted as support. Finally got liftoff, or excuse me, resistance. Oh no, that was support right there. Liftoff, comes back down to earth, hoping that VWAP is going to act as support, but nope, right through it. Let me touch base with Mr. Barry here. And in the meantime, we're just waiting on Barry, so if you have any other questions, go ahead and kick them out. Nobody's in a hurry today, including the market. All right, Barry is telling me that he's starting his stream back up. I want to thank you guys for sitting here, listening to me ramble. Hopefully you got something good out of it. Barry is streaming, so I'm going to take off for now. I hope everybody has a great and profitable day, and we'll see you guys later on. Bye for now.
So, are you asking that question of Jamie Hojat or me? I can't tell if Jamie is still in the room. If you're asking me, then I can answer. I don't know if Jamie is still in the room. I'm back, Mortimer. Okay, Sneed. Jamie is gone. Okay. Any shorting mid-float scanner? Well, I don't have one specifically. Depending what you, but it's easy to put together. What's your idea of a mid-float? You could take, this basic. Depends how many alerts you want to get. Any scan can be turned into a mid-float shorting scanner, and any scan that is moving down, and you just have to identify your float. What do you want as your mid-float? What's your min? What's your max? So I don't have something that just says shorting mid-float scanners, but any scan that is moving down, making new lows. If that's what you want, all you have to do is just put the float in, add the float as a filter. Okay, so add the float. So any scan that is looking, because again, I'm only looking. My scans are always looking at new lows for the day. That may not be what you want, but if you took this one, for instance, the basic new highs, new lows, and just added the float, just do a search, float. Okay, and here's your float shares. You add the filter and just put 50 to 100. Okay, so if you have any scan right now that is making new lows for the day, or anything with weakness, you just have to add that float, 50 to 100. Okay, that makes sense? All right, just checking some of these little earnings plays. Not seeing. Let's see. Look at Levi's. I mentioned this one earlier. Wow, it had a pop, 24 up to 24.86. Levi's is an earnings play. Didn't think it would be this dynamic, to be honest. I thought maybe it would just kind of hang around. All right, BCIG maybe getting interesting again. Maybe. Again, JP Morgan, or is it Morgan Stanley? Or Morgan Stanley upgraded them to, wait for it, $30. It got up to 22.17 yesterday, I guess. That would be its all-time high. Well, okay, why not? Put an alert at 22.17. See if it takes out yesterday's. What am I talking about? This is today. Sorry, 11:54 today, right there. See if it takes that out, and might have a run. Okay, so Fastbird, let me just see. Okay, let me just see something here. I don't use this one, but I just want to see. I wonder if it's called reversal. Yeah, so here is something, literally. Now, I don't know what sort of alerts you're going to get. So Fastbird, can you see? So 5-minute bars, so there we go. So 5-minute bars, and in fact, it has to be a minimum of 3, I think. Let me just click on the help. You could, I'll give you the help. You can take a look at it, okay? I mean, this looks like it's 3 bars up and then the reversal, okay? So I'll just give you the link for it. That is actually an alert. Oops. Okay. And you can take a look. We have different time frames for that. I've never used it. When you say a demo account, you're talking about when we used to have like a demo. It doesn't work anymore. We stopped doing demos a long time ago. You're talking about the demo account where you log in with your Facebook or Google. It doesn't work anymore. We stopped that, I don't know, month ago, 2 months ago. Okay, Gordon, maybe I can show you now. Okay, this is a manual. Oh, the simulated account. Okay. I don't know why it's not working. Mine is. Don't know why yours wouldn't be. I can't answer that question. What I want to do is I'm going to demonstrate something for Gordon if he's still listening, if he's still here. Okay, so let's just just show you how to do it. So let's just say I want to take ATNF right here. So I just pick how many shares I want. Let's take 300 shares. I'll go in at the market. I mean, the spread's 4 cents. It's not terrible, so I'm going to buy it. Okay, so you can see my demo account is working. Now, to put the stop in, I just right click, add the stop order. Let's say I wanted it at 9. Again, I'm just a demo, right? And that's it. So the stop order will appear right on the chart. And what I'm doing in the simulator is exactly what you'll do with your live account. So when you say how to put in more, what are you talking about? Like more trades? You have $100,000 minimum or maximum. So I don't know, like how many trades do you have going in the simulator? Maybe you just got too many. You have 100,000 max, so if you want to add some, you're going to have to. If that's the reason, then you're going to have to, delete some. Well, delete some, flatten some, get out of the positions. Yeah, well, that's the reason. So you should be able to flatten that trade though, get out of the trade to so you have it back, so you have your buying power back. Okay, Gordon. So did you see what I did? I mean, you take the trade, and then once you're in the trade, you right click, add the stop order, and then it'll appear right on the chart. This will be exactly the same in your live account. And see, it just took it out. Now this is one I wish I had some shorts for. This very unknown news. Look at this now. So anybody with shorts available here, this just looks like a disaster waiting to happen, down to 10. I guess you have to add that. It's interesting. The buying power is not listed here for me. Remember, guys. I mean, yeah, we give you the 100. Well, we put $100,000, but unless your account size is big enough, don't use the 100,000 just because it's there. You should be using the amount that you actually have available to you in your real account. Okay, because remember you're trying to practice here. It is simulation, yes, but try to keep it as real world as possible. Maybe I've got unlimited buying power, yeah. Seriously, I mean, no, you're right. I don't see it there at all for me. Well, let's do it. Let's buy 10,000 shares. Let's just for fun, okay? Let's just see what happens. Got to keep myself, or we'll get 2,000 shares, okay? Because, whoops. Because you're right. If it takes it, you're right. I've got unlimited buying power. All right. That's the way it should be. Okay, well that's why, Solomon. You're going to have to exit some positions then. It's pretty simple. Well, this is fun. Let's just do some crazy stuff. Of course, I just lost $2,500, so. It's funny. I better, otherwise people are going to, what the heck is this guy doing? AGC, I don't want to get out of that one, but I'll have to, so I can just get back into it. Silver has been hot today. FSM, remember I mentioned AG earlier on in the day, so it looks like the silver stocks are. And let's take a look at the silver ETF. Yeah, I mean, it's up. Okay, Gordon, did I answer your question? Okay. And you can also, if you wanted to, you can also put a target. Okay, so you're in a trade, you can also add a target if that's what you want to do. Well, it's a SPAC. Rice is a SPAC, so it did have some news, I guess. Okay, so this one showed up. I know somebody was talked about this. I didn't see it until you don't see it until it hits $1. So, yeah, I'm not that interested in BIOL. I know it's up 26%. I know it's got a lot of volume, half the float already. Not already, but it's half the float. Big layer of resistance, I think, right here at 104. So if you're going to get into this one, I really think it has to. If you're not in already, if you got in down here, great. If you play the sub $1 stocks, but if it could take out 104 later on, right here, then it has a shot to get up to this 150 level for BIOL. Ah, maybe Sherry heard me. You just got the wire. The commission's just got wires. All right, guys. Okay, FBIO again trying that 5 level. It's a test. I mean, right there, the next high, if it can break through 5, still has to deal with this right up here, which is about 512. Look how, wow, look at this monthly chart. Look how choppy it is. Choppy meaning, look at all these topping tails, bottoming tails, up, down, up, down, up, down. Weekly chart, kind of the same. The trend is up, yes. Down goes Bach, so, oh, FBIO actually appeared in the option scanner too. It must have just started to sneak in to a 2,500 share, 2,500 contracts. So my min is 2,000 contracts. So until it took, and of course it had to take out the high of the day before we'd see it. But well, let's see. I mean, listen, if it can take out 512 with any authority, what's the spread like? It's not a spread. The float like it's not a super low float. 65 million in the float. Well, sticking that alert right there. FBIO. Just don't trust it. The next high looking left would be 554. That would be far enough away on a percentage basis. And that's way back in 2018. That's 3 years ago, March of 2018. So that is over 3 years ago, a little over 3 years ago, those highs. So I think I saw this one earlier in the day. So yeah, INVE, I mean, if it can take out 12, it has a shot to the 1260 level, I guess. INVE, another low float, 16 million in the float. It's in my watch list. It's how dynamic it's going to be. You know, it's got to take out 12 for sure, and then it has some room. I'm talking the INVE has some room to the 1250 level. Volume coming into FBIO also. There is volume, and I know it's probably near a channel or something, but there is volume coming in. Look at this. Look at the 15 minute, biggest one of the day. Look at us tossing around all these technical words now. The value. All right, guys, my focus really is now on this VSIG to see what it does on volume, okay? I mean, again, Morgan Stanley put a $30 price target. That, whether it ever hits $30, it's irrelevant, but that is what the PR says. Excuse me, so that is the only reason I can see it, that it's up, what it's doing, like why it's up like this. So, it's, nice little base so far, but imagine if we got like a big volume bar like this one. Well, it didn't move it. So that did not move it. But on the 5 minute, something that looks really dramatic on the 5 minute to pop it through. Well, look at else. What a big pop after hours. Didn't really maintain that after hours high, but still was up, and now it's gone negative. Well, went negative quite a while ago. Low is 485 right here yesterday. If this takes, well, it probably has some support in this area, so it's probably too late for me to short it because of that support. Ah! How miserable are you? Look at INVE. I was kind of waiting to see what it would do at 12. I mean, it may come right back, but look at INVE now. I wanted a little more orderly break of 12 for me to get into it, and it didn't do it for me. I mean, it might pull right back. Ugh. Well, I don't know. There's INVE. There was the alert at 1183. It took a long time to really break out, but it is broken out now. But I don't know if it's going to continue. The next level of resistance could be around that 1260 mark. Ah, NTST is also moving. It's been choppy though. A little bit choppy on the, well, what I consider choppy on the 15-minute chart. Certainly in the 5. Well, my new focus now, I guess it has to be on the FBIO to see if it takes this level out right there. Doesn't have that much room after that, but see if it does take that level out. So that and BSIG for, you know, later day pops perhaps. Boy, FGen has been all over the place. Look at this move up here from, there was almost a dollar move and then right back down. Funny, Zach. Yeah, so there was the, you know, nothing did not sustain it so far anyway. INVE got up to 1234, has pulled back down. Real choppy day for me. Look at this downward momentum for Joan. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Sewing, needlework, and I don't know what this is. Piece something or other. I guess that's my old job. Really haven't seen this one before. I guess this was an IPO back here. I guess I haven't really seen this one. Now look at INVE, right back up, right back up. Well, you can use Brokers Plus with any amount. I mean, it's Brokers Plus does not put the limitations, Solomon. Okay, if you're talking about, if you're in the States and you're talking about you know, day trading and all, then you know you've got that PDT rule too. But we don't tell you how much you need. We've got nothing to do with that end of it at all. So I'm not getting any new alerts. I haven't had a new alert for a while. Another one. Look at this. I mean, CGC. I actually did take a little scalp short of this earlier on. Right in this area. It popped right. It started to move back, and now right back down. CGC. Yeah. Again, that's up to the broker. It's not a limitation for us. I didn't know it was that high, to be honest, 10,000. I thought you could open, again, I don't get involved in any of that. I mean, the Interactor brokers will tell you what your minimum has to be. All right, guys, I'm going to change my headset. Maybe that'll change the atmosphere. Just give me a second here. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, it's possible you have to wait for till tomorrow, Solomon. Okay, it's possible. Maybe even though you've taken some, I don't know. It's possible you're going to have to wait till tomorrow on the reset. It's possible that when you go over, even though I guess what you're trying to say is that you have exited some positions, so you in theory have freed up some capital. Perhaps when you hit your limit, it doesn't take in effect until tomorrow. I don't know. I mean, if you want to ask that question to somebody, you can go ahead at our homepage. I don't have the answer to that. And here's the homepage link. Okay. FBIO on the way down now, guys. Did not take out that level I was looking for, so I'm going to forget about it for a while. I still have my price alert set in. Maybe it happens later on. Maybe it doesn't. Today's Thursday, isn't it? Yay, Thursday. So marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. Hmm. All right, guys, I am just kind of now, the only thing I'm really waiting on now is BSIG to see if it has a late day flurry. That's all I'm waiting on. You know, else is triggering at me, but I just don't like this, what I consider some support fairly close. When I say triggering, I mean I'm getting it in the gap continuation. So this gapped up and now this is the reverse. So I'm getting it in there, but you know, I just don't like the fact that all this, what I consider some pretty good support is right there. Yeah, I'll let you guys figure out what your PDT rule is and how it affects. Ah, man, this FTC, I mean, this is even setting up as a bit of a short, but I don't have the confidence. You know, the little green bar ignored right there. And this is the FTCV, green bar ignored on the 15-minute. Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, I do see that. Top of my channel also. Just not enough move for me anyway. Not enough movement. I'm looking for, you know, more than, well, I'm looking for something with a stronger trend. You know, I know it's a 20 or 30 cent drop, which is great. You take enough shares, of course, it's great. PXS, haven't seen that one for a while. That's one of those shippers, right? No, that's why, because it's, well, just over $1 now. Yeah, it's only up, well, it's up 4 cents. Okay. No. Iceman, no. The ATR, I mean, one, well, depends. There are a couple of, one would literally mean $1. Okay, so let's see if I can find it. Average true range, so that's $1. Okay, if you're talking about this one right here, So you put 1 in here, that means it's $1, the range. However, you might be interested in this one. I don't use this one. I don't know why, but I don't. Change from the open to percent of the average true range. Okay? So if you, for instance, if you use the other filter, average true range, and you wanted to see stocks that normally would trade at least 50 cents, $1 in their range. So if you use this filter as an example, change from the open at percent of average true range. Well, if you put 200%, that would mean that stock that normally has an average true range of $1 would have to be $2 today. Okay, so you might want to use it in combination. Okay. Questions. Fire away, guys. Yeah, I don't think else is just too close. I mean, for me, see, it's just too close to that support area. I mentioned this one earlier as a potential for those of you who like to maybe swing trade. Yeah, I mean, this is a really important level. I mean, right there, the high is 220. Right there, the high is 216. The high there is 225. If it can break out above, say, 225, I mean, look at the room this has on the monthly chart. I mean, at one point, this is a few months ago or a few years ago. Back in 2017, August of 2017, this was up to $10. Now, it's slid horribly ever since then. It's really never recovered. I mean, this is... You'd be just, if you're in this, down here, this is sort of dead money for a long time. But maybe, just maybe, in this month, I'm only 8 days into this month, maybe this is a start. The heartbeat, every 5 minutes. If you're asking me, Sam, I don't know. I've never tried it, so I have no idea. Anything can be a good idea. I don't know if anybody else has tried it. And listen, guys, well, I know, but that was my answer. I mean, for me, today is just one of those days in which, not every day is going to be like, for me anyway, like the last two. I can't remember what happened on Monday. That's so long ago. But whenever Romeo was, I think Romeo was Monday. But yesterday with the FGen short and others, I mean, there were other great moves. Okay, so Bruce, for it to go full, oh, I know what you mean. I should know, but I don't. All I know is that, when it's over here, the position in the years. Well, let's take a look. Let me take a look at FBIO. All I really care about, of course, is where it is in relation to either the right or left-hand corner. Why it gets filled in completely. I know there'll be a reason. I haven't been asked that question, I don't think, for a while anyway. Five days. Let's take a look at 5 days for this one. INVE. So this is... Okay, so I see right now it's at the high of the last 5 days. But actually, yeah, this only refers to the previous, I believe. So, yeah, I'm not sure, Bruce. I'm not sure why some are completely filled in and some aren't. I bet you premium knows. Premium, not premium. That I can answer, Mr. Barry. Activate the not repetition. Okay, so that's easy. So all you have to do is go to your alert window, right click, go to properties, and then don't repeat. So right click the window, properties, and there it says don't repeat. So now obviously check it, and here's a drop down menu with the various don't repeats. So if you don't want to repeat for a minute or 5, 15, 30, 1 hour, or for the day, which is what I typically do. Whereas what? They don't repeat. Right click, properties, don't repeat. So it's all right here. And this is, again, drop down menu. If you never want to see a stock, like never, 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 don't repeat ever. Oh man, I wish I had shorts for Very. That was, you get something that pops up on absolutely no news. Eventually, people just like ourselves are going to be keep asking the question, why is it up? Why is it up? Why is it up? And it's not like it's in a sector necessarily. Like we could say, okay, the China education sector, for whatever reason, was a fire a little while ago. Okay, you could see all the stocks that were doing that, but why Very was up? I still don't see any news on it. You have never used sounds at all until now. Wow. Why? Or I say, why not? I suppose. Really? Okay. I guess it depends how often they fire. I mean, at the beginning of the day, I agree, over and over and over again. But towards, I would say after the first hour, hardly any. I should say hardly any. It all depends on your scan, of course. Yeah, I'm not sure I could live without my sound alerts. All right, guys, what time is it? 1:56. So I will be in this marketing meeting in about 3 minutes. Well, doesn't look like BSIG is going to do anything yet, but I guess there's still a couple hours left, so we'll have to see if this really wants to pop through this area. All right, I'm going to put myself on mute, so I will just put the announcement in that I'll be in a market in the meeting. Well, you don't have to use it in conjunction with the with the ATR dollars. You don't have to. But why I would want to use it, because what if something has an average range of 2 cents, okay, and you put say 200% in there, so big deal. Now it's at 4 cents, okay. So that's why I would always use it in conjunction with a dollar figure. I mean, it's not mandatory though. Okay, guys, I got to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I am now back. Kind of waiting on that ONDS to see if it has any sort of collapse in it. 165, 872. I got your comment real. Yeah, I'm looking at the BSIG. I know it's back up to 10, 20, 10, whatever. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not going to give up on it. But need volume, and I mean volume. I don't mean even this. I mean, that didn't do anything. Okay, I mean it would probably have to be at least this big, that bar right there in the 15, or something dramatic to push it through. Otherwise, I think we're just spinning our wheels. I see why you guys were talking about the CMMB. Wow. Not shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. I guess this was an IPO back here. Not that great. I mean, got up to $80. Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm sure the IPO price was way under, and had this craziness of that week. And now it's maybe trying to come back a little bit. Okay, Simon, welcome. Yes, I mean it only works during call it the normal market hours. You'll not get any alert until 9:35, all times Eastern, until 9:35, and but we don't get too many alerts in the afternoon. I mean, I'm just looking at right there. Doesn't mean it's impossible, but the last alert was at 12:35. Okay, it's not impossible to get an alert later on, but typically most of the alerts I would say are between say 9:45 and 11. Okay. Now the fact is, I mean, those ideas can still be good for the whole day. Okay, does that answer your question, Simon? And how new a member are you? Have you taken a look at the 20? I don't want to push this, but I really think it's important. I don't know if you've taken a look at the 20 lessons. I think it's a great little primer for trade ideas. $230. Wow, this has not been, for me anyway, this has just been a really dragging day. So what I'll do now is just one last time, just talk a little bit about the information you'll find on my homepage, okay? Good eve. Oh, I gotta get rid of the message. Good eve to you too, Thomas. All right, so on my homepage, and what I would do is I would just save my link because there's a lot of information there, including all the scans and the educations. Okay, so there's the homepage tab in the main trading room right there, and this is the link. Okay, so you click on my link, and you'll see this. Well, when you say how accurate is it, I mean it's all these strategies. I'm just talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I mean, obviously not everything is a winner. I mean, today I wouldn't call it a great day. But it's sort of an average overall. Can't take one day on its own. So also how you use it is very it can really dramatically increase or quite frankly decrease the gains. I use it like a watch list. I use it and I don't. I manage if I'm in an AI trade. I manage the exits on my own. I'm not into automation. So it's a difficult question to answer. You know, how accurate is it? How good is it? You know, some people have different ideas. If you're trying to automate the whole thing, I don't think it's that great, to be honest. All right, so I just want to talk about just a little bit of the information you'll find on my homepage. So here's my promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. So if you click on that, get trade ideas, this is what you'll see. And of course, when you click on the purchase, there'll be an area to put in a promo code. More information from my homepage. You can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it right here. Here are all the scans. All my scans are right here, including my layout. My layout is right here. So the layout meaning what you're seeing, what I'm sharing with you guys. And remember, because it is a layout, make sure if you do click on it and load it, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So make sure you do save your layout before you do it. But I also include all sorts of individual scans, okay? So if you have a layout that you like, but you might want to take a look at some of the things that I've done in the past, you can do this. This is the one I really like, the moving higher with unusually strong options, okay? So for you, Simon, who is an option player, this is not trading options, but it's looking for stocks with, you know, an abnormal contract, like a number of, well, that's what it says, unusually strong options. So an abnormal option trading day. So if a stock is traded, say, 2,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days, in this particular scan, it has to trade at least 6,000. Okay, it has to be 3 times whatever the normal has been over the last 10 days, with a minimum of 2,000 contracts, just to give you an idea. So anyway, a lot of scans are here. You can take a look at them, and that's why I'm saying, you know, you can save my link, and then you can take a look at them at any time. And then the education link. Again, the same thing. You can save my link. A lot of resources here, the 20 lessons in 20 days. It won't take you 20 days. I have to get that changed now. But you know, what is a top list? Building a top list, alert windows, on and on and on. Introduction to the AI, you know, we've nicknamed it Holly. So a lot of information here. Oops, a lot of information there. Where are you? Here we go. Daily support sessions. So, you know, between 12 and 1, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And because I take a break usually right around noon. So at that point, you can head over to YouTube room if you want and listen to one of the other traders. This is the free trading room, of course, that is in here. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Sign up for them all right here. More educational videos and the back to basics. So if you're brand new to trading, highly recommend that you take a look at this. It literally starts off with what is a stock, okay? So if you're brand new to trading, take a look at this. These are very short little videos and some ebooks that we've got. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. You can always, I just save the link so you can take a look at everything later on. Twenty lessons in 20. It might take you more than 20 minutes, but yes, I mean, you can, some of them you might not even care about. Simon, not exactly, no. The only thing in terms of trade suggestions is from the AI, okay? So the way the AI works, and again, these are the examples of the alerts that we've had today from the AI. And the way the AI works, it doesn't know what signals are going, what symbols are going to be today. It's like asking me, Well, tomorrow, can you tell me what are going to be the new highs or lows for the day? What stocks are going to make new highs and lows with these filters in place? Okay, obviously, we have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow, so we can't so the AI doesn't work by plugging in a specific signal. It's what our whole scanner is based on event. Sort of, we create an event. Here's the event. So I'm looking for, in this particular scan, the price between 1 and 20. Relative volume is 4, current volume is 4, which means it has to be trading at least 4 times as normal. Minimum number of shares, 400,000 shares, etc. Okay, so these are the set of filters that I've got. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements and makes a new high or a new low for the day, we get a real-time alert. So this is kind of the event. So the AI is the same thing. This is not an AI strategy, but if it were, it's the same thing. So tomorrow, of course, we have no idea what stocks are going to meet those filter requirements and then make a new high or low. Make sense? It's more like, so we don't know ahead of time so you cannot feed a symbol in and get, a recommendation. Now, we do have something. I mean, when you click on an alert, we do have something that is generated called a smart stop on every, and it's a guide. I'm not saying that is verbatim to follow, okay? But right on the chart, when you click on an alert, something called a smart stop is generated. So in theory, you could use it like a guide. If you got into the trade, then that would be your stop, and you'll see that on the chart. But if you're looking for something that is true, like been back tested, strategies that have been back tested, then the AI, which gives you, a potential entry and definitely a stop, then that's the only thing that we do in that regard. Okay, one moment, please. I have a begging kitty. Just a minute. All right, I guess this is another candidate for a short. It has room to run, but it looks like it's another candidate for a short, and that is a ZDGE. ZDGE. This is from Real Scan. And as usual, I wasn't paying attention. So the ONDS, I shouldn't say as usual, I just was distracted by something else. But the ONDS, now let's see what it does from here. So this is what Real is talking about. So we had first part to short clove, CLOV, was here, moved down here. Now it's moving higher again. So I guess was another one, not a great IPO at all. Came out earlier this year, it looks like January. Not a good one at all. Oh, this is the one. This is not an IPO, guys. That's right. That's one of that's the SPAC. Yeah. Forgot about that. Boy, that's been a bit of a disaster. The bloom is off him right now. There's no question. Old Chamath is. I don't see anything that's really producing. But something's happening today. Look at the volume coming in. Right there. I mean, it's traded 17 million shares, and half of it is right here. So something is happening. And Eagle Guy is just posting some. Eagle Guy is just posting some information. Okay. Thank you for that. And Harry's reiterating the new contract with Medicare. Okay. Well, listen. I mean, it might get interesting going forward. A lot of resistance right around here, around 9. And there's the warrant. Yeah, still nothing. I mean, you're right. I mean, it has moved here, but when I was talking about IPOE and what was the other one, the G and the F, I'm looking for big moves. I mean, this had the move. I shouldn't say that. This did have the move. When all of his stuff were ripping, but after that, I can't even remember. I used to really. I think it was the IPOF. Was it the IPOF? Yeah, I think it was IPOF that I was really interested in. Look at this. Did nothing. And then IPOG. No, IPOE. Yes, yes. And IPOG. Well, maybe there isn't an IPOG. All I'm saying is that after the IPOE, I was really excited about the next one, and the next ones have just not performed at all. Maybe the IPOG was the was the other one. Was the clove. No more. Sorry. Yeah, so BCIG, nothing yet. No shorts for me, anyway, at CMMB, at Interactive Brokers. SPG. That's the property. Yeah, so a little bit out of the price range that I look at, Simon. But, I mean, it's really got to break out one way or the other. I don't know if you're looking to short it or go long, but it's got to break out one way or the other. I mean, look at it on the weekly chart. It's just stuck. So when I look at this, I go, okay. If I were interested, I mean, I know I'm giving up $8, but it would have to take out this on the top or this on the bottom. So it's either, it's a big range on the top, big range on the bottom, but it just sort of seems stuck on the weekly chart. The monthly, yeah, I mean the monthly it is come back, but even the last 3 months, I mean, really done nothing. Yeah, so for me to go long, if I were really, really, again, it's out of the price range that I like, but I mean, you're looking up here. I mean, you might get up to 120, right? So from 114 to 120 is $8. How about $6? So where's your stop? So if you're going to put if you're looking to get $6, then where is your stop? You know, you don't want to have if you want at least a 1 for 2. So I don't know where you'd put your stop here. If you put your stop at the bottom of that day right there, which is about $2 away, excuse me, or here, which is about $3, well, it's even more, and then you know your risk reward becomes a little sketchy, in my opinion. You know, I mean, ideally, if it took out this 122 and then could somehow, yeah, get race all the way up there, great. You know, can it take this out though? I mean, this is all pandemic related, of course. You must have just got another alert, audible alert reel for AEI. Okay, so Simon, what you're seeing here is my. Oh, excuse me. Okay. No, I was talking to somebody. So what you're seeing here, Simon, is a layout that I'm sharing. Okay, it is not part of the basic, but I share it. It's not preset on the software, but I share it. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, here are the time frames we have for the. Okay, you're talking about the charts. So we have a 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60 daily, weekly, monthly. Okay, if you right click on the chart, you see the time frames we've got. This is just what I like to see, of course. Does that answer your question, Simon? What do I think of FGen? What do I think of FGen? Um, well, I mean, I tried to short this earlier in the day. I had about 30 cents out of it, wanted a lot more, and got taken out basically flat. I don't know. I mean, look, obviously it had the terrible day yesterday with the not the allegations. I mean, they basically fessed up that they fudged their numbers, so they got hit hard yesterday. It's hard to know right now. I mean, really nothing has happened today. It's down 74 cents. Is it going to rest here for a while? And as they try to calm investors, I suppose, about what are they going to do. So it's hard to know, right? It's been chopping around, pretty good, even in the pre-market. The pre-market actually looked like it was going to take out 20. Looked like we're going to have a little bit of a recovery day. But, remember, I mean, for all the reasons why it dropped from 35 all the way down to 20, they're still in place. Yeah, it's not showing up yet in mine because yeah, these it's staggering the number. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's only 2.5 times normal. I mean, 131,000 contracts for Clove, CLOV. 131,000. I mean, that's a lot. Don't get me wrong, but for it's only 2.5 times normal. Yeah, so they did a financing. So why would you expect a bounce, AST or Ricky? Why would you expect a bounce? They did a financing, so they got slapped down because of the financing. Why would you expect a bounce? That I don't know, Simon. If anything will do anything. Yeah, I don't know. Boy, Broadcom, old Broadcom used to be another symbol. I mean, a lot of bottoming tails, on the weekly chart. So it looks like, the sellers have been trying to knock it down last week, the week before, and then not the previous week, but then this week. A lot of bottoming tails. So, the sellers are eventually going to give up, I guess. Well, I mean, as the financing news gets digested more, you might see a bounce. But right now, existing shareholders are not happy. Their position got diluted, not a big float, so their position is diluted. Not that happy. I mean, that's typically though what happens. Company does a financing. This is not the norm. The NTST. This is not the norm, though we've seen enough of it that I don't even know what's normal anymore. But these guys did a financing at 1875, yeah, and the price, that the market reacted well. So it really depends. I think for the cheaper stocks, they're going to get beaten up. Maybe for some of these ones, the slightly more expensive ones, maybe the market looks at, okay, you're raising this money, good price, and for all the right reasons. It's not like if you don't raise this money, you're going to go to business. And I'm not saying that's the case with AC. Okay, just a minute now, guys. Am I going to do it with the BSIG? So you understand what I'm saying, Ricky? I mean, normally, especially a cheap one, you'd have to really look at the financing and see why they're doing it. Are they going? If they like a lot of companies say, look, if we don't raise money, we're going out of business. I'm not saying that's for the ACTC. I'm not saying that, or sorry, the ASTC. But you really have to look at why a company is doing a financing. Sometimes, I mean, you'll see a lot of these small bios when they have a huge pop, they try to take advantage of it, and why not? Take advantage of a huge pop, do a financing, raise a whack of cash at way more than what ASTC is doing it at $1 or something. A lot of times, and Zach is good at this, and I mean, you can almost sometimes predict when a company is going to do a financing, especially a small one. You get some crazy bot like Very. I'm not saying they're going to do a financing. I don't even know what it's doing right now. Not Very, no, the other Very. Okay, so look at the float, 2 million in the float. So when this was up here, you can just imagine that whoever is controlling this company would love to do a financing up here as opposed at 10. They can get up here and not as much dilution. They'd love to do that. This may be a bad example. This is not a bio. We still don't know why this went up. Still no information on it. Well, RealScan produced AEI, okay, that's for sure. And BSIG was something. You know what? It was I can't remember who it was, but somebody in the room, a few hours ago asked my opinion of it. Okay, and it was down here. So that's when I started. So I hadn't seen it before in any scan. It was just somebody had mentioned it. And so when I looked at it, I thought, okay, interesting. It's an all-time high. And then I checked the news where it says Morgan Stanley, has upgraded them or put a price target of $30 on them. So that's why, that's the only reason I can see for the pop, the Morgan Stanley upgrade. Yeah, I don't know if there's specific news for the CMMB. I don't know if somebody posted it. Did anybody post any reason for this? I don't see any news here. So I don't know. I don't know why it's happening. Yeah, it's almost 3 p.m. So I'll be shutting the room down. All right, guys. I'll always stick around if there's some if there's some questions. If I don't see any questions, though, I am going to shut the room down. All right, I don't see any questions. So, okay, guys. Well, again, kind of a boring day for me. So we'll do it all over again. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So hope everybody has a great evening, and we shall see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.